Section 1 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Vol.4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danya, Hamilton, Ontario. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Vol.4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 1. The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 1. The Nowruz, or the New Day, which is the first of the year and spring, is observed as a solemn festival throughout all Persia, which has been continued from the time of idolatry, and our Prophet's religion, pure as it is and true as we hold it, has not been able to abolish that heathenish custom, and the superstitious ceremonies which are observed, not only in the great cities, but celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings in every little town, village, and hamlet. But the rejoicings are the most splendid at the court, for the variety of new and surprising spectacles, insomuch that strangers are invited from the neighboring states and the most remote parts by the rewards and liberality of the sovereign, towards those who are the most excellent in their invention and contrivance. In short, nothing in the rest of the world can compare with the magnificence of this festival. One of these festival days, after the most ingenious artists of the country had repaired to Shiraz, where the court then resided, had entertained the king and all the court with their productions, and had been bountifully and liberally rewarded according to their merit and to their satisfaction by the monarch. When the assembly was just breaking up, a Hindu appeared at the foot of the throne with an artificial horse richly caparisoned and so naturally imitated that at first sight he was taken for a living animal. The Hindu prostrated himself before the throne, and pointing to the horse, said to the emperor, "Though I present myself last to your majesty, yet I can assure you that nothing shown today is so wonderful as this horse, on which I beg your majesty would be pleased to cast his eyes." "I see nothing more in the horse," said the emperor, "than the natural resemblance the workman has given him, which the skill of another workman may possibly execute as well or better." "Sir," replied the Hindu, "it is not for his outward form and appearance that I recommend my horse to your majesty's examination as wonderful, but the use to which I can apply him, in which, when I have communicated the secret to them, any other persons may make of him. Whenever I mount him, be it where it may, if I wish to transport myself through the air to the most distant part of the world, I can do it in a very short time. This, sir, is the wonder of my horse, a wonder which nobody ever heard speak of, and which I offer to show your majesty, if you command me." The Emperor of Persia, who was fond of everything that was curious, and notwithstanding the many prodigies of art he had seen, had never beheld or heard of anything that came to this, told the Hindu that nothing but the experience of what he asserted could possibly convince him, and that he was ready to see him perform what he had promised. The Hindu instantly put his foot into the stirrup, mounted his horse with admirable agility, and when he had fixed himself in the saddle, asked the emperor whither he pleased to command him. About 3 leagues from Shiraz there was a lofty mountain discernible from the large square before the palace, where the emperor, his court, and a great concourse of people then were. "Do you see that mountain?" said the emperor, pointing to it. "It is not a great distance from hence, but it is far enough to judge of the speed you can make in going and returning. But because it is not possible for the eye to follow you so far, as a proof that you have been there, I expect that you will bring me a branch of palm tree that grows at the bottom of the hill." The Emperor of Persia had no sooner declared his will than the Hindu turned a peg, which was in the hollow of the horse's neck, just by the pommel of the saddle, and in an instant the horse rose off the ground and carried his rider into the air with the rapidity of lightning to such a height that those who had the strongest sight could not discern him, to the admiration of the Emperor and all of the spectators. Within less than a quarter of an hour, they saw him returning with the palm branch in his hand. But before he descended, he took 2 or 3 turns in the air over the spot amid the acclamations of all the people, then alighted on the spot whence he had set off, without receiving the least shock from the horse to disorder him. He dismounted, and going up to the throne, prostrated himself and laid the branch of the palm tree at the feet of the Emperor. The Emperor, who had viewed with no less admiration than astonishment this unheard-of sight which the Hindu had exhibited, conceived a great desire to have the horse, and as he persuaded himself that he should not find it difficult matter to treat with the Hindu for whatever sum of money he should value it at, began to regard it as the most valuable thing in his treasury. "Judging of thy horse by his appearance," said he to the Hindu, "I did not think him so much worth my consideration. As you have shown me his merits, I am obliged to you for undeceiving me, and to prove to you how much I esteem it, I will purchase him of you, if he is to be sold." "Sir," replied the Hindu, "I never doubted that your Majesty, who has the character of the most liberal prince on earth, would set a just value on my work as soon as I had shown you on what account he is worthy your attention. I also foresaw that you would not only admire and commend it, but would desire to have it. Though I know his intrinsic value, and that my continuing master of him would render my name immortal in the world, yet I am not so fond of fame but I can resign him, to gratify your Majesty. However, in making this declaration I have another to add, without which I cannot resolve to part with him, and perhaps you may not approve of it." "Your Majesty will not be displeased," continued the Hindu, "if I tell you that I did not buy this horse, but obtained him of the inventor by giving him my only daughter's hand in marriage, and promising at the same time never to sell him, but if I parted with him to exchange him for something that I should value beyond all else." The Hindu was proceeding when at the word exchange, the Emperor of Persia interrupted him. "I am willing," said he, "to give you whatever you may ask in exchange. You know my kingdom is large and contains many great, rich, and populous cities. I will give you the choice of which you like best, in full sovereignty, for life." This exchange seemed royal and noble to the whole court, but was much below what the Hindu had proposed to himself, who had raised his thoughts much higher. "I am infinitely obliged to your Majesty for the offer you make me," answered he, "and cannot thank you enough for your generosity. Yet I must beg of you not to be displeased if I have the presumption to tell you that I cannot resign my horse, but by receiving the hand of the princess, your daughter, as my wife. This is the only price at which I can part with my property." The courtiers about the Emperor of Persia could not forbear laughing aloud at this extravagant demand of the Hindu. But the prince, Firoz Shah, the eldest son of the Emperor and presumptive heir to the throne, could not hear it without indignation. The Emperor was of a very different opinion, and thought he might sacrifice the Princess of Persia to the Hindu to satisfy his curiosity. He remained, however, undetermined, considering what he should do. Prince Firoz Shah, who saw his father hesitated what answer to make, began to fear lest he should comply with the Hindu's demand, and regarded it as not only injurious to the royal dignity and to his sister, but also to himself. Therefore, to anticipate his father, he said, "Sir, I hope your Majesty will forgive me for daring to ask. If it is possible your Majesty should hesitate about a denial to so insolent a demand from such an insignificant fellow and so scandalous a juggler, or give him reason to flatter himself a moment with being allied to one of the most powerful monarchs in the world, I beg of you to consider what you owe to yourself, to your own blood, and the high rank of your ancestors." "Son," replied the Emperor of Persia, "I much approve of your remonstrance, and am sensible of your zeal for preserving the luster of your birth. But you do not consider sufficiently the excellence of this horse, nor that the Hindu, if I should refuse him, may make the offer somewhere else where this nice point of honor may be waived. I shall be in the utmost despair if another prince should boast of having exceeded me in generosity, and deprived me of the glory of possessing what I esteem as the most singular and wonderful thing in the world. I will not say I consent to grant him what he asked. Perhaps he has not well considered his exorbitant demand, and putting my daughter, the princess, out of the question, I may make another agreement with him that will answer his purposes well. But before I conclude the bargain with him, I should be glad that you would examine the horse, try him yourself, and give me your opinion." As it is natural for us to flatter ourselves in what we desire, the Hindu fancied from what he had heard that the emperor was not entirely averse to his alliance, and that the prince might become favorable to him. Therefore, he expressed much joy, ran before the prince to help him mount, and showed him how to guide and manage the horse. The prince mounted without the Hindus assisting him, and no sooner had he got his feet in both stirrups, but without staying for the artist's advice, he turned the peg he had seen him use, when instantly the horse darted into the air, quick as an arrow shot out of a bow, by the most adroit archer, and in a few moments the emperor, his father, and the numerous assembly lost sight of him. Neither horse nor prince were to be seen. The Hindu, alarmed at what had happened, prostrated himself before the throne and said, "Your Majesty must have remarked that the prince was so hasty that he would not permit me to give him the necessary instructions to govern my horse. From what he saw me do, he was ambitious of showing that he wanted not my advice. He was too eager to show his address, but knows not the way which I was going to show him to turn the horse and make him descend at the wish of his rider. Therefore, the favor I ask of your Majesty is not to make me accountable for what accidents may befall him. You are too just to impute to me any misfortune that may attend him." This address of the Hindu much surprised and afflicted the emperor, who saw the danger his son was to be in as inevitable, if, as the Hindu said, there was a secret to bring him back different from that which carried him away, and asked in a passion why he did not call him the moment he ascended. "Sir," answered the Hindu, "your Majesty saw as well as I with what rapidity the horse flew away. The surprise I was then in, and still am in, deprived me of the use of my speech. But if I could have spoken, he was gone too far to hear me. If he had heard me, he knew not the secret to bring him back, which through his impatience he would not stay to learn. But, sir," added he, "there is room to hope that the prince, when he finds himself at a loss, will perceive another peg, and as soon as he turns that, the horse will cease to rise and descend to the ground, when he may return him to what place he pleases by guiding him with the bridle." Notwithstanding all these arguments of the Hindu, which carried great appearance of probability, the Emperor of Persia was much alarmed at the evident danger of his son. "I suppose," replied he, "it is very uncertain whether my son may perceive the other peg, and make right use of it. May not the horse, instead of lighting on the ground, fall upon some rock, or tumble into the sea with him?" "Sir," replied the Hindu, "I can deliver your majesty from this apprehension by assuring you that the horse crosses seas without ever falling into them, and always carries his rider wherever he may wish to go. And your majesty may assure yourself that if the prince does but find out the other peg I mentioned, the horse will carry him where he pleases. It is not to be supposed that he will stop anywhere but where he can find assistance and make himself known." "Be as it may," replied the Emperor of Persia, "as I cannot depend upon the assurance you give me, your head shall answer for my son's life, if he does not return safe in 3 days' time, or I should hear that he is alive." He then ordered his officers to secure the Hindu and keep him close prisoner, after which he retired to his palace in affliction that the festival of Nowruz should have proved so inauspicious. In the meantime, the prince was carried through the air with prodigious velocity, and in less than an hour's time had ascended so high that he could not distinguish anything on the earth, but mountains and plains seemed confounded together. It was then that he began to think of returning, and conceived he might do this by turning the same peg the contrary way, and pulling the bridle at the same time. But when he found that the horse still rose with the same swiftness, his alarm was great. He turned the peg several times one way, the other, but all in vain. It was then that he grew sensible of his fault in not having learnt the necessary precautions to guide the horse before he mounted. He immediately apprehended the great danger he was in, but that apprehension did not deprive him of his reason. He examined the horse's head and neck with attention, and perceived behind the right ear another peg, smaller than the other. He turned that peg, and presently perceived that he descended in the same oblique manner as he had mounted, but not so swiftly. Night had overshadowed that part of the earth over which the prince was, when he found out and turned the small peg, and as the horse descended, he by degrees lost sight of the sun, till it grew quite dark, insomuch that, instead of choosing what place he would go to, he was forced to let the bridle lie upon the horse's neck, and wait patiently till he alighted, though not without the dread lest it should be in the desert, a river, or the sea. At last the horse stopped upon some solid substance about midnight, and the prince dismounted very faint and hungry, having eaten nothing since the morning when he came out of the palace with his father to assist at the festival. He found himself to be on the terrace of a magnificent palace, surrounded with a balustrade of white marble, breast high, and groping about, reached a staircase, which led down into an apartment, the door of which was half open. Few but the Prince Firoz Shah would have ventured to descend those stairs, dark as it was, and in the danger he exposed himself to from friends or foe. But no consideration could stop him. "I do not come," he said to himself, "to do anybody harm, and certainly whoever meets or sees me first and finds that I have no arms in my hands will not attempt anything against my life before they hear what I have to say for myself." After this reflection, he opened the door wider without making any noise, went softly down the stairs that he might not awaken anybody, and when he came to a landing place on the staircase, found the door of a great hall that had a light in it, open. The prince stopped at the door, and listening, heard no other noise than the snoring of some people who were very fast asleep. He advanced a little into the room, and by the light of a lamp saw that those persons were black eunuchs with naked sabers laid by them, which was enough to inform him that this was the guard chamber of some sultan or princess, which latter it proved to be. In the next room to this, the princess lay, as appeared by the light, the door being open through a silk curtain, which drew before the doorway, whither the Prince Firoz Shah advanced on tiptoe, without waking the eunuchs. He drew aside the curtain, went in, and, without staying to observe the magnificence of the chamber, gave his attention to something of greater importance. He saw many beds, only one of them on a sofa, the rest on the floor. The princess slept in the first, and her women in the others. This distinction was enough to direct the prince. He crept softly towards the bed, without waking either the princess or her women, and beheld a beauty so extraordinary that he was charmed and inflamed with love at first sight. "Oh, heavens!" said he to himself, "has my fate brought me hither to deprive me of my liberty, which hitherto I have always preserved? How can I avoid certain slavery when those eyes shall open, since, without doubt, they complete the lustre of this assemblage of charms? I must quickly resolve, since I cannot stir without being my own murderer, for so has necessity ordained." After these reflections on his situation and on the princess's beauty, he fell on his knees and, twitching gently the princess's sleeve, pulled it towards him. The princess opened her eyes, and seeing a handsome man on his knees, was in great surprise, yet seemed to show no signs of fear. The prince availed himself of this favorable moment, bowed his head to the ground, and rising said, "Beautiful princess, by the most extraordinary and wonderful adventure, you see at your feet a suppliant prince, son of the Emperor of Persia, who was yesterday morning in his court at the celebration of a solemn festival, but you see is now in a strange country, in danger of his life, if you have not the goodness and generosity to afford him your assistance and protection. These I implore, adorable princess, with confidence that you will not refuse me. I have the more ground to persuade myself, as so much beauty and majesty cannot entertain inhumanity." The personage to whom Prince Firoz Shah so happily addressed himself was the Princess of Bengal, eldest daughter of the Raja of that kingdom, who had built this palace at a small distance from his capital, whither she went to take the benefit of the country air. After she had heard the prince with all the candor he could desire, she replied with equal goodness, "Prince, you are not in a barbarous country. Take courage. Hospitality, humanity, and politeness are to be met within the kingdom of Bengal, as well as in that of Persia. It is not merely I who grant you the protection you ask. You not only have found it in my palace, but will meet it throughout the whole kingdom. You may believe me and depend on what I say." The Prince of Persia would have thanked the princess for her civility, and had already bowed down his head to return the compliment, but she would not give him leave to speak. "Notwithstanding, I desire," said she, "to know by what miracle you have come hither from the capital of Persia in so short a time, and by what enchantment have you been able to penetrate so far as to come to my apartment and to have evaded the vigilance of my guards? Yet, as it is impossible but you must want some refreshment, and, regarding you as a welcome guest, I will waive my curiosity, and give orders to my women to regale you, and show you an apartment, that you may rest yourself after your fatigue, and be better able to satisfy my curiosity." The princess's women, who awoke at the first words which the prince addressed to the princess, were in the utmost surprise to see a man at the princess's feet. They could not conceive how he had got hither without waking them or the eunuchs. They no sooner comprehended the princess's intentions than they were ready to obey her commands. they each took a wax candle, of which there were great numbers lighted up in the room, and after the prince had respectfully taken leave, went before and conducted him into a handsome chamber, where, while some were preparing the bed, others went into the kitchen, and notwithstanding it was so unreasonable an hour, they did not make Prince Feroz Shah wait long, but brought him presently a collation, and when he had eaten as much as he chose, removed the trays and left him to taste the sweets of repose. In the meantime, the Princess of Bengal was so struck with the charms, wit, politeness, and other good qualities, which she had discovered in her short interview with the prince, that she could not sleep, but when her women came into her room again, asked them if they had taken care of him, if he wanted anything, and particularly, what they thought of him. The women, after they had satisfied her as to the first queries, answered to the last. We would not know what you think of him, but for our parts, we are of opinion you would be very happy if your father would marry you to so amiable a youth, for there is not a prince in all the kingdom of Bengal to be compared to him, nor can we hear that any of the neighboring princes are worthy of you. This flattering compliment was not displeasing to the Princess of Bengal, but as she had no mind to declare her sentiments, she imposed silence, telling them that they talked without reflection, bidding them to return to rest and let her sleep. End of section 1. Recording by Danya. Danya Malhotra, Hamilton, Ontario. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 2. The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 2. The next day, the princess took more pains in dressing and adjusting herself at the glass than she had ever done before. She never tired her women's patience so much, by making them do and undo the same thing several times. She adorned her head, neck, arms, and waist with the finest and largest diamonds she possessed. The habit she put on was one of the richest stuffs of the Indies, of a most beautiful color, and made only for kings, princes, and princesses. After she had consulted her glass, and asked her women, one after another, if anything was wanting in her attire, she sent to know if the Prince of Persia was awake, and as she had never doubted but that, if he was up and dressed, he would ask leave to come and pay his respects to her, she charged the messenger to tell him she would make him the visit, and she had her reason for this. The Prince of Persia, who by the night's rest had recovered the fatigue he had undergone the day before, had just dressed himself when he received the Princess of Bengal's compliments by one of her women. Without giving the lady who brought the message leave to communicate it, he asked her if it was proper for him then to go and pay his respects to the princess, and when the lady had acquitted herself of her errand, he replied, "It shall be as the princess thinks fit. I came here to be solely at her pleasure." As soon as the princess understood that the Prince of Persia waited for her, she immediately went to pay him a visit. After mutual compliments, the prince asking pardon for having waked the princess out of a profound sleep, and the princess inquiring after his health and how he had rested, the princess sat down on a sofa, as did the prince, though at some distance out of respect. The princess then resuming the conversation said, "I would have received you, prince, in the chamber in which you found me last night, but as the chief of my eunuchs has the liberty of entering it, and never comes further without my leave from my impatience to hear the surprising adventure which procured me the happiness of seeing you, I chose to come hither, that we may not be interrupted. Therefore, I beg of you to give me the satisfaction which will highly oblige me." Prince Feroz Shah, to gratify the Princess of Bengal, began with describing the festival of the Nouros, and mentioned the shows which had amazed the court of Persia and the people of Shiraz. Afterwards he came to the enchanted horse, the description of which, with the account of the wonders which the Hindu had performed before so august an assembly, convinced the princess that nothing of that kind could be imagined more surprising in the world. "You may think, charming princess," continued the Prince of Persia, "that the Emperor, my father, who cares not what he gives for anything that is rare and curious, would be very desirous to purchase such a curiosity. He asked the Hindu what he would have for him, who made an extravagant reply, telling him that he had not bought him, but taken him in exchange for his only daughter, and could not part with him but on the like condition, which was to have his consent to marry the princess, my sister. The crowd of courtiers who stood about the Emperor, my father, hearing the extravagance of this proposal, laughed loudly. I, for my part, conceived such great indignation that I could not disguise it, and the more, because I saw that my father was doubtful what answer he should give. In short, I believe he would have granted him what he asked, if I had not represented to him how injurious it would be to his honor. Yet my remonstrance could not bring him entirely to quit his decision of sacrificing the princess, my sister, to so despicable a person. He fancied he should bring me over to his opinion, if once I could comprehend it, as he imagined he did, the singular worth of this horse. With this view, he would have me mount and make a trial of him myself. To please my father, I mounted the horse, and as soon as I was upon his back, put my hand on a peg, as I had seen the Hindu do before, to make the horse mount into the air, without stopping to take instructions of the owner for his guidance or descent. The instant I touched the peg, the horse ascended as swift as an arrow shot out of a bow, and I was presently at such a distance from the earth that I could not distinguish any object. From the swiftness of the motion I was for some time unapprehensive of the danger to which I was exposed. When I grew sensible of it, I endeavored to turn the peg the contrary way, but the experiment would not answer my expectation, for still the horse rose and carried me a greater distance from the earth. At last I perceived another peg, which I turned, and then I grew sensible that the horse descended towards the earth, and presently found myself so surrounded with darkness that it was impossible for me to guide the machine. In this condition I laid the bridle on his neck and trusted myself to the will of God to dispose of my fate. At length the horse stopped, I got off his back, and examining whereabouts I might be, perceived myself on the terrace of this palace, and found the door of the staircase half open. I came softly down the stairs, and seeing a door open, put my head into the room, perceived some eunuchs asleep, and great light in an adjoining chamber. The necessity I was under, notwithstanding the inevitable danger to which I should be exposed if the eunuchs had waked, inspired me with the boldness, or rather rashness, to cross that room to get to the other. It is needless, added the prince, to tell you the rest, since you are not unacquainted with all that passed afterwards. But I am obliged in duty to thank you for your goodness and generosity, and to beg of you to let me know how I may show my gratitude. According to the law of nations, I am already your slave, and cannot make you an offer of my person. There only remains my heart. But alas, princess, what do I say? My heart is no longer my own. Your charms have forced it from me, but in such a manner that I will never ask for it again, but yield it up. Give me leave, therefore, to declare you mistress both of my heart and inclination." These last words of the prince were pronounced with such an air and tone that the Princess of Bengal never doubted of the effects she had expected from her charms. Neither did she seem to resent the precipitate declaration of the Prince of Persia. Her blushes served but to heighten her beauty, and render her more amiable in his eyes. As soon as she had recovered herself, she replied, "Prince, you have given me sensible pleasure by telling me your wonderful adventure, but on the other hand, I can hardly forbear shuddering when I think on the height you were in the air, and though I have the good fortune to see you here, safe and well, I was in pain till you came to that part where the horse fortunately descended upon the terrace of my palace. The same thing might have happened in 1,000 other places. I am glad that chance has given me the preference to the whole world, and of the opportunity of letting you know that it could not have conducted you to any place where you could have been received with greater pleasure. But, Prince, continued she, I should think myself offended if I believed that the thought of you mentioned of being my slave was serious, and that it did not proceed from your politeness rather than from the sincerity of sentiment, for by the reception I gave you yesterday, you might assure yourself you are here as much at liberty as in the midst of the court of Persia. As to your heart, added the princess in a tone which showed nothing less than a refusal, as I am persuaded that you have not lived so long without disposing of it, and that you could not fail of making a choice of a princess who deserves it, I should be sorry to give you an occasion to be guilty of infidelity to her. Prince Firouz Shah would have protested that when he left Persia he was master of his own heart, but at that instant one of the princess's ladies in waiting came to tell her that a collation was served up. This interruption delivered the prince and princess from an explanation which would have been equally embarrassing to both, and of which they stood in need. The Princess of Bengal was fully convinced of the Prince of Persia's sincerity, and the prince, though the princess had not explained herself, judged nevertheless from some words she had let fall that he had no reason to complain. As the lady held the door open, the Princess of Bengal said to the prince, rising off her seat, as he did also from his, I am not used to eat so early, but as I fancied you might have had but an indifferent supper last night, I ordered breakfast to be got ready sooner than ordinary. After this compliment she led him into a magnificent hall, where a cloth was laid covered with great plenty of choice and excellent viands, and as soon as they were seated many beautiful slaves of the princess, richly dressed, began a most agreeable concert of vocal and instrumental music, which lasted the whole time of eating. This concert was so sweet and well managed that it did not in the least interrupt the prince and princess's conversation. The prince served the princess with the choicest of everything, and strove to outdo her in civility, both by words and actions, which she returned with many new compliments, and in this reciprocal commerce of civilities and attentions, love made a greater progress in both than a concerted interview would have promoted. When they rose, the princess conducted the prince into a large and magnificent saloon, embellished with paintings in blue and gold and richly furnished. They were both sat down in a balcony, which afforded a most agreeable prospect into the palace garden, which Prince Firouz Shah admired for the vast variety of flowers, shrubs, and trees, which are full as beautiful as those of Persia, but quite different. Here, taking the opportunity of entering into conversation with the princess, he said, I always believed, madam, that no part of the world but Persia afforded such stately palaces and beautiful gardens. But now I see that other great monarchs know as well how to build mansions suitable to their power and greatness, and if there is a difference in the manner of building, there is none in the degree of grandeur and magnificence. Prince, replied the Princess of Bengal, as I have no idea of the palaces of Persia, I cannot judge of the comparison you have made of mine, but however sincere you seem to be, I can hardly think it just, but rather incline to believe it a compliment. I will not despise my palace before you. You have too good an eye, too good a taste, not to form a sound judgment. But I assure you, I think it very indifferent when I compare it with my king, my father's, which far exceeds it for grandeur, beauty, and richness. You shall tell me yourself what you think of it when you have seen it, for since a chance has brought you so nigh to the capital of this kingdom, I do not doubt but you will see it, and make my father a visit, that he may pay you all the honor due to a prince of your rank and merit. The princess flattered herself set by exciting in the Prince of Persia a curiosity to see the capital of Bengal and to visit her father, the king, seeing him so handsome, wise, and accomplished a prince, might perhaps resolve to propose an alliance with him by offering her to him as a wife. And as she was well persuaded she was not indifferent to the prince, and that he would be pleased with the proposal, she hoped to attain to the utmost of her wishes, and preserve all the decorum becoming a princess who would appear resigned to the will of her king and father. But the Prince of Persia did not return her an answer according to her expectation. "Princess," he replied, "the preference which you give the King of Bengal's palace to your own is enough to induce me to believe it much exceeds it. And as to the proposal of my going and paying my respects to the king your father, I should not only do myself a pleasure, but an honor. But judge, Princess, yourself. Would you advise me to present myself before so great a monarch like an adventurer without attendants and a train suitable to my rank?" "Prince," replied the princess, "let not that give you any pain. If you will but go, you shall want no money to have what train and attendants you please. I will furnish you. And we have traders here of all nations in great numbers, and you may make choice of as many as you please to form your household." Prince Firoz penetrated the Princess of Bengal's intention, and this sensible mark of her love still augmented his passion, which, notwithstanding its violence, made him not forget his duty. Without any hesitation he replied, "Princess, I should most willingly accept of the obliging offer you make me, for which I cannot sufficiently show my gratitude, if the uneasiness my father must feel on account of my absence did not prevent me. I should be unworthy of the tenderness he has always had for me if I should not return as soon as possible to calm his fears. I know him so well that, while I have the happiness of enjoying the conversation of so lovely a princess, I am persuaded he is plunged into the deepest grief, and has lost all hopes of seeing me again. I trust you will do me the justice to believe that I cannot, without ingratitude, and being guilty of a crime, dispense with going to restore to him that life which a too long deferred return may have endangered already. After this, Princess," continued the Prince of Persia, "if you will permit me, and think me worthy to aspire to the happiness of becoming your husband, as my father has always declared that he would never constrain me in my choice, I should find it no difficult matter to get leave to return, not as a stranger, but as a prince, to contract an alliance with your father by our marriage, and I am persuaded that the Emperor will be overjoyed when I tell him with what generosity you received me, though a stranger in distress." The Princess of Bengal was too reasonable, after what the Prince of Persia had said, to persist any longer in persuading him to pay a visit to the Rajah of Bengal, or to ask anything of him contrary to his duty and honor. But she was much alarmed to find he thought of so sudden a departure, fearing that if he took his leave of her so soon, instead of remembering his promise, he would forget when he ceased to see her. To divert him from his purpose, she said to him, "Prince, my intention of proposing a visit to my father was not to oppose so just a duty as that you mention, and which I did not foresee, but I cannot approve of your going so soon as you propose. At least grant me the favor I ask of a little longer acquaintance, and since I have had the happiness to have you alight in the kingdom of Bengal, rather than in the midst of a desert, or on the top of some steep craggy rock from which it would have been impossible for you to descend, I desire you will stay long enough to enable me to give you a better account at the court of Persia of what you may see here." The sole end the prince had in this request was, that the Prince of Persia by a longer stay might become insensibly more passionately enamored of her charms, hoping thereby that his ardent desire of returning would diminish, and then he might be brought to appear in public and pay a visit to the Rajah of Bengal. The Prince of Persia could not well refuse her the favor she asked after the kind reception she had given him, and therefore politely complied with her request, and the princess's thoughts were directed to render his stay agreeable by all the amusements she could devise. Nothing went forward for several days but concerts of music, accompanied with magnificent feasts and collations in the gardens, or hunting parties in the vicinity of the palace, which abounded with all sorts of game, stags, hinds, and fallow deer, and other beasts peculiar to the kingdom of Bengal, which the princess could pursue without danger. After the chase the prince and princess met in some beautiful spot where a carpet was spread and cushions laid for their accommodation. There, resting themselves after their violent exercise, they conversed on various subjects. The princess took pains to turn the conversation on the grandeur, power, riches, and government of Persia, that from the prince's replies she might have an opportunity to talk of the kingdom of Bengal and its advantages, and engage him to resolve to make a longer stay there. But she was disappointed in her expectations. The Prince of Persia, without the least exaggeration, gave so advantageous an account of the extent of the kingdom of Persia, its magnificence and riches, its military force, its commerce by sea and land with the most remote parts of the world, some of which were unknown even to him, the vast number of large cities it contained, almost as populous as that which the emperor had chosen for his residence, where he had palaces furnished ready to receive him at all seasons of the year, so that he had his choice always to enjoy a perpetual spring. That before he had concluded, the princess found the kingdom of Bengal to be very much inferior to that of Persia in a great many respects. When he had finished his relation, he begged of her to entertain him with a description of Bengal. The princess, after much entreaty, gave Prince Firoz Shah that satisfaction, but by lessening a great many advantages the kingdom of Bengal was well known to have over that of Persia, she betrayed the disposition she felt to accompany him, so that he believed she would consent at the first proposition he should make. But he thought it would not be proper to make it till he had showed her so much deference as to stay with her long enough to make the blame fall on herself, in case she wished to detain him from the returning to his father. 2 whole months the Prince of Persia abandoned himself entirely to the will of the Princess of Bengal, yielding to all the amusements she contrived for him, for she neglected nothing to divert him, as if she thought he had nothing else to do but to pass his whole life with her in this manner. But he now declared seriously he could not stay longer, and begged of her to give him leave to return to his father, repeating again the promise he had made to her to come back soon in a style worthy of her and himself, and to demand her in marriage of the Rajah of Bengal. "And, princess," observed the Prince of Persia, "that you may not suspect the truth of what I say, and that by my asking this permission you may not rank me among those false lovers who forget the object of their affection as soon as absent from them, to show that my passion is real and not feigned, and that life cannot be pleasant to me when absent from so lovely a princess, whose love to me I cannot doubt is mutual. I would presume, were I not afraid you would be offended at my request, to ask the favor of taking you along with me." As the prince saw that the princess blushed at these words, without any mark of anger he proceeded and said, "Princess, as for my father's consent and the reception he will give you, I venture to assure you he will receive you with pleasure into his alliance, and as for the Rajah of Bengal, after all the love and tender regard he has always expressed for you, he must be the reverse of what you have described him, an enemy to your repose and happiness, if he should not receive in a friendly manner the embassy which my father will send to him for his approbation of our marriage." The princess returned no answer to this address of the Prince of Persia, but her silence and eyes cast down were sufficient to inform him that she had no reluctance to accompany him into Persia. The only difficulty she felt was that the prince knew not well enough how to govern the horse, and she was apprehensive of being involved with him in the same difficulty as when he first made the experiment. But the prince soon removed her fear. by assuring her she might trust herself with him, for that, after the experience he acquired, he defied the Hindu himself to manage him better. She thought therefore only of concerting measures to get off with him so secretly that nobody belonging to the palace should have the least suspicion of their design. End of section 2. Recording by Danya Malhotra, Hamilton, Ontario.
Entertainment, Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 3, The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 3. The next morning, a little before daybreak, when all the attendants were asleep, they went upon the terrace of the palace. The prince turned the horse towards Persia, and placed him where the princess could easily get up behind him, which she had no sooner done, and was well settled with her arms about his waist for her better security, than he turned the peg, when the horse mounted into the air, and making his usual haste under the guidance of the prince, in 2 hours' time the prince discovered the capital of Persia. He would not alight at the great square from whence he had set out, nor in the palace, but directed his course towards a pleasure house at a little distance from the capital. He led the princess into a handsome apartment, where he told her that to do her all the honor that was due to her, he would go and inform his father of their arrival, and return to her immediately. He ordered the housekeeper of the palace, who was then present, to provide the princess with whatever she had occasion for. After the prince had taken his leave of the princess, he ordered a horse to be saddled, which he mounted, after sending back the housekeeper to the princess, with orders to provide her refreshments immediately, and then set forwards for the palace. As he passed through the streets, he was received with acclamations by the people, who were overjoyed to see him again. The emperor, his father, was giving audience, when he appeared before him in the midst of his council. He received him with ecstasy, and embracing him with tears of joy and tenderness, asked him what was become of the Hindu's horse. This question gave the prince an opportunity of describing the embarrassment and danger he was in when the horse ascended into the air, and how he had arrived at last at the Princess of Bengal's palace, the kind reception he had met with there, and that the motive which had induced him to stay so long with her was the affection she had shown him. Also, that after promising to marry her, he had persuaded her to accompany him to Persia. "But, sir," added the prince, "I felt assured that you would not refuse your consent, and have brought her with me on the enchanted horse, to a palace where your majesty often goes for your pleasure, and have left her there, till I could return and assure her that my promise was not in vain." After these words, the prince prostrated himself before the emperor to obtain his consent, when his father raised him up, embraced him a second time, and said to him, "Son, I not only consent to your marriage with the Princess of Bengal, but I will go and meet her myself, and thank her for the obligation I, in particular, have to her, and will bring her to my palace and celebrate your nuptials this day." The emperor now gave orders for his court to make preparations for the princess's entry, that the rejoicings should be announced by the royal band of military music, and that the Hindu should be fetched out of prison and brought before him. When the Hindu was conducted before the emperor, he said to him, "I secured thy person, that thy life, though not a sufficient victim to my rage and grief, might answer for that of the prince, my son, whom, however, thanks to God, I have found again. Go, take your horse, and never let me see your face more." As the Hindu had learned of those who brought him out of prison that Prince Firoz Shah was returned with the princess, and was also informed of the place where he had alighted and left her, and that the emperor was making preparations to go and bring her to his palace, as soon as he got out of the presence, he bethought himself of being revenged upon the emperor and the prince. Without losing any time, he went directly to the palace, and addressing himself to the keeper, told him he came from the Prince of Persia for the Princess of Bengal, and to conduct her behind him through the air to the emperor, who waited in the great square of his palace, to gratify the whole court and city of Shiraz with that wonderful sight. The palace keeper, who knew the Hindu, and that the emperor had imprisoned him, gave the more credit to what he said, because he saw that he was at liberty. He presented him to the Princess of Bengal, who no sooner understood that he came from the Prince of Persia than she consented to what the prince, as she thought, had desired of her. The Hindu, overjoyed at his success and the ease with which he had accomplished his villainy, mounted his horse, took the princess behind him with the assistance of the keeper, turned the peg, and instantly the horse mounted into the air. At the same time, the Emperor of Persia, attended by his court, was on the road to the palace where the Princess of Bengal had been left, and the Prince of Persia was advanced before to prepare the princess to receive his father, when the Hindu, to brave them both, and revenge himself for the ill treatment he had received, appeared over their heads with his prize. When the Emperor of Persia saw the ravisher, he stopped. His surprise and affliction were the more sensible, because it was not in his power to punish so high an affront. He loaded him with 1,000 imprecations, as did also all the courtiers, who were witnesses of so signal a piece of insolence and unparalleled artifice and treachery. The Hindu, little moved with their curses, which just reached his ears, continued his way, while the emperor, extremely mortified at so great an insult, but more so that he could not punish the author, returned to his palace in rage and vexation. But what was Prince Firoz Shah's grief at beholding the Hindu hurrying away the Princess of Bengal, whom he loved so passionately that he could not live without her. At a spectacle so little expected, he was confounded, and before he could deliberate with himself what measures to pursue, the horse was out of sight. He could not resolve how to act, whether he should return to his father's palace, and shut himself in his apartment, to give himself entirely up to his affliction, without attempting to pursue the ravisher. But as his generosity, love, courage would not suffer this, he continued on his way to the palace where he left his princess. When he arrived, the palace keeper, who was by this time convinced of his fatal credulity, in believing the artful Hindu, threw himself at his feet with tears in his eyes, accused himself of the crime which unintentionally he had committed, and condemned himself to die by his hand. "Rise," said the prince to him. "I do not impute the loss of my princess to thee, but to my own want of precaution. But not to lose time, fetch me a dervish's habit, and take care you do not give the least hint that it is for me." Not far from this palace there stood a convent of dervishes, the superior of which was the palace keeper's particular friend. He went to his chief, and telling him that a considerable officer at court and a man of worth, to whom he had been very much obliged and wished to favor by giving him an opportunity to withdraw from some sudden displeasure of the emperor, readily obtained a complete dervish's habit, and carried it to Prince Firoz Shah. The prince immediately pulled off his own dress, put it on, and being so disguised, and provided with a box of jewels, which he had brought as a present to the princess, left the palace, uncertain which way to go, but resolved not to return till he had found out his princess and brought her back again, or perish in the attempt. But to return to the Hindu. He governed his enchanted horse so well that he arrived early next morning in a wood near the capital of the kingdom of Kashmir. Being hungry, and concluding the princess was so also, he alighted in that wood in an open part of it, and left the princess on a grassy spot close to a rivulet of clear fresh water. During the Hindu's absence, the Princess of Bengal, who knew that she was in the power of a base ravisher, whose violence she dreaded, thought of escaping from him, and seeking out for some sanctuary. But as she had eaten scarcely anything on her arrival at the palace, was so faint that she could not execute her design, but was forced to abandon it and stay where she was, without any other resource than her courage and a firm resolution rather to suffer death than be unfaithful to the Prince of Persia. When the Hindu arrived, she did not wait to be entreated, but ate with him, and recovered herself enough to answer with courage to the insolent language he now began to hold to her. After many threats, as she saw that the Hindu was preparing to use violence, she rose up to make resistance. and by her cries and shrieks drew towards him a company of horsemen, which happened to be the Sultan of Kashmir and his attendants, who, as they were returning from hunting, happily for the Princess of Bengal, passed through that part of the wood and ran to her assistance at the noise she made. The Sultan addressed himself to the Hindu, demanded who he was, and wherefore he ill-treated the lady. The Hindu, with great impudence, replied that she was his wife, and what had anyone to do with his quarrel with her? The princess, who neither knew the rank nor quality of the person who came so seasonably to her relief, told the Hindu he was a liar, and said to the Sultan, "My lord, whoever you are whom heaven has sent to my assistance, have compassion on a princess, and give no credit to that impostor. Heaven forbid that I should be the wife of so vile and despicable a Hindu, a wicked magician who has forced me away from the Prince of Persia, to whom I was going to be united, and has brought me hither on the enchanted horse you behold there." The Princess of Bengal had no occasion to say more to persuade the Sultan of Kashmir that what she told him was the truth. Her beauty, majestic air, and tears spoke sufficiently for her. Justly enraged at the insolence of the Hindu, he ordered his guards to surround him and strike off his head, which sentence was immediately executed. The princess, thus delivered from the persecution of the Hindu, fell into another no less afflicting. The Sultan conducted her to his palace, where he lodged her in the most magnificent apartment, next to his own, commanded a great number of women slaves to attend her, and ordered a guard of eunuchs. He led her himself into the apartment he had assigned her, where, without giving her time to thank him for the great obligation she had received, he said to her, "As I am certain, princess, that you must want rest, I will take my leave of you till tomorrow, when you will be better able to relate to me the circumstances of this strange adventure," and then left her. The Princess of Bengal's joy was inexpressible at finding herself delivered from the violence of the Hindu, of whom she could not think without horror. She flattered herself that the Sultan of Kashmir would complete his generosity by sending her back to the Prince of Persia, when she would have told him her story and asked that favor of him. But she was much deceived in these hopes, for her deliverer had resolved to marry her himself the next day, and for that end he had ordered rejoicings to be made by daybreak, by beating drums, sounding trumpets, and other instruments expressive of joy, which not only echoed through the palace but throughout the whole city. The Princess of Bengal was awakened by these tumultuous concerts, but attributed them to a very different cause from the true one. When the Sultan of Kashmir, who had given orders that he should be informed when the princess was ready to receive a visit, came to wait upon her, after he had inquired after her health, he acquainted her that all those rejoicings were to render their nuptials the more solemn, and at the same time desired her assent to the union. This declaration put her into such agitation that she fainted away. The women slaves who were present ran to her assistance, and the Sultan did all he could to bring her to herself, though it was a long time before they succeeded. But when she recovered, rather than break the promise she made to Prince Firoz Shah, by consenting to marry the Sultan of Kashmir, who had proclaimed their nuptials before he had asked consent, she resolved to feign madness. She began to utter the most extravagant expressions before the Sultan, and even rose off her seat as if to attack him, insomuch that he was greatly alarmed and afflicted that he had made such a proposal so unseasonably. When he found that her frenzy rather increased than abated, he left her with her women, charging them to never leave her alone, but to take great care of her. He sent often that day to inquire how she did, but received no other answer than that she was rather worse than better. At night, she seemed more indisposed than she had been all day, insomuch that the Sultan deferred the happiness he had promised himself. The Princess of Bengal continued to talk wildly, and shew other marks of a disordered mind, next day and the following, so that the Sultan was induced to send for all the physicians belonging to his court, to consult them upon her disease, and to ask if they could cure her. The physicians all agreed that there were several sorts and degrees of this disorder, some curable and others not, and told the Sultan that they could not judge of the Princess of Bengal's unless they might see her, upon which the Sultan ordered the eunuchs to introduce them into the princess's chamber, one after another, according to their rank. The princess, who foresaw what would happen, and feared that if she let the physicians feel her pulse, the least experienced of them would soon know that she was in good health, and that her madness was only feigned, flew into such a well-dissembled rage and passion that she appeared ready to injure those who came near her, so none of them durst approach her. Some, who pretended to be more skillful than the rest, and boasted of judging of diseases only by sight, ordered her some potions, which she made the less difficulty to take, well knowing she could be sick or well at pleasure, and that they could do her no harm. When the Sultan of Kashmir saw that his court physicians could not cure her, he called in the most celebrated and experienced of the city, who had no better success. Afterwards, he sent for the most famous in the kingdom, who met with no better reception than the others from the princess, and what they prescribed had no effect. Afterwards, he dispatched expresses to the courts of neighboring sultans, with the princess's case, to be distributed amongst the most famous physicians, with the promise of a munificent reward to any of them who should come and effect her cure. Various physicians arrived from all parts and tried their skill, but none could boast of better success than their predecessors, or of restoring the princess's faculties, since it was a case that did not depend on medicine, but on the will of the princess herself. During this interval, Firoz Shah, disguised in the habit of a dervish, travelled through many provinces and towns, involved in grief, and endured excessive fatigue, not knowing which way to direct his course, or whether he might not be pursuing the very opposite road from what he ought, in order to hear the tidings he was in search of. He made diligent inquiry after her at every place he came to, till at last, passing through a city of Hindustan, he heard the people talk much of a princess of Bengal, who ran mad on the day of the intended celebrations of her nuptials with the Sultan of Kashmir. At the name of the Princess of Bengal, and supposing that there could exist no other Princess of Bengal than her upon whose account he had undertaken his travels, he hastened towards the kingdom of Kashmir, and upon his arrival at the capital took up his lodging at a khan, where the same day he was informed of the story of the princess, and the fate of the Hindu magician, which he had so richly deserved. From the circumstances, the prince was convinced that she was the beloved object he had sought so long. Being informed of all these particulars, he provided himself against the next day with a physician's habit, and having let his beard grow during his travels, he passed the more easily for the character he assumed, went to the palace, impatient to behold his beloved, where he presented himself to the chief of the officers, and observed modestly that perhaps it might be looked upon as a rash undertaking to attempt the cure of the princess after so many had failed, but that he hoped some specifics from which he had experienced success might effect the desired relief. The chief of the officers told him that he was welcome, that the Sultan would receive him with pleasure, and that if he should have the good fortune to restore the princess to her former health, he might expect a considerable reward from his master's liberality. "Stay a moment," added he, "I will come to you again immediately." Some time had elapsed since any physician had offered himself, and the Sultan of Kashmir, with a great grief, had begun to lose all hope of ever seeing the princess restored to health, that he might marry, and shew how much he loved her. He ordered the officer to introduce the physician he had announced. The Prince of Persia was presented, when the Sultan, without wasting time in superfluous discord, after having told him the Princess of Bengal could not bear the sight of a physician without falling into most violent transports, which increased her malady, conducted him into a closet, from whence, through a lattice, he might see her without being observed. There Firoz Shah beheld his lovely princess, sitting melancholy, with tears in her eyes, and singing an air in which she deplored her unhappy fate, which had deprived her, perhaps forever, of the object she loved so tenderly. The prince was sensibly affected at the melancholy condition in which he found his dear princess, but he wanted no other signs to comprehend that her disorder was feigned, or that it was for love of him that she was under so grievous an affliction. When he came out of the closet, he told the Sultan that he had discovered the nature of the princess's complaint, and that she was not incurable, but added withal that he must speak with her in private, and alone, as notwithstanding her violent agitation at the sight of physicians, he hoped she would hear and receive him favorably. The Sultan ordered the princess's chamber door to be opened, and Firoz Shah went in. As soon as the princess saw him, taking him by his habit to be a physician, she rose up in a rage, threatening him, and giving him the most abusive language. He made directly towards her, and when he was nigh enough for her to hear him, for he did not wish to be heard by anyone else, said to her, in a low voice, "Princess, I am not a physician, but the Prince of Persia, and am come to procure you your liberty." The princess, who knew the sound of the voice, and the upper features of his face, notwithstanding he had let his beard grow so long, grew calm at once, and a secret joy and pleasure overspread her face, the effect of seeing the person so much desired so unexpectedly. Her agreeable surprise deprived her for some time of the use of speech, and gave Firoz Shah time to tell her as briefly as possible how despair had seized him when he saw the Hindu carry her away, the resolution he afterwards had taken to leave everything to find her out, and to never return home till he had regained her out of the hands of the perfidious wretch, and by what good fortune, at last, after a long and fatiguing journey, he had the satisfaction to find her in the palace of the Sultan of Kashmir. He then desired the princess to inform him of all that happened to her, from the time she was taken away till that moment when he had the happiness to converse with her, telling her that it was of the greatest importance to know this, that he might take the most proper measures to deliver her from the tyranny of the Sultan of Kashmir. The princess informed him how she was delivered from the Hindu's violence by the Sultan, as he was returning from hunting, how she was alarmed the next day by a declaration he had made of his precipitate design to marry her, without even the ceremony of asking her consent, that this violent and tyrannical conduct put her into a swoon, after which she thought she had no other way than what she had taken, to preserve herself for a prince to whom she had given her heart and faith, or die rather than marry the Sultan, whom she neither loved nor could ever love. The Prince of Persia then asked her if she knew what became of the horse after the death of the Hindu magician, to which she answered that she knew not what orders the Sultan had given, but supposed after the account she had given him of it, he would take care of it as a curiosity. As Firoz Shah never doubted but that the Sultan had the horse, he communicated to the princess his design of making use of it to convey them both into Persia, and after they had consulted together on the measure they should take, they agreed that the princess should dress herself the next day and receive the Sultan civilly, but without speaking to him. The Sultan of Kashmir was overjoyed when the Prince of Persia stated to him what effect his first visit had had towards the cure of the princess. On the following day, when the princess received him in such a good manner as persuaded him her cure was far advanced, he regarded him as the greatest physician in the world, and seeing her in this state, contented himself with telling her how rejoiced he was at her being likely soon to recover her health. He exhorted her to follow the directions of so skillful a physician, in order to complete what he had so well begun, and then retired without waiting for her answer. The Prince of Persia, who attended the Sultan of Kashmir out of the princess's chamber, as he accompanied him, asked if, without failing in due respect, he might inquire how the Princess of Bengal came into the dominions of Kashmir thus alone, since her own country was far distant. This he said on purpose to introduce some conversation about the enchanted horse, and to know what was to become of it. The Sultan, who could not penetrate into the prince's motive, concealed nothing from him, but informed him of what the princess had related when he had delivered her from the Hindu magician, adding that he had ordered the enchanted horse to be kept safe in his treasury as a great curiosity, though he knew not the use of it. "Sir," replied the pretended physician, "the information which your majesty has given your devoted slave offers me a means of curing the princess. As she was brought hither on this horse, and the horse is enchanted, she hath contracted something of the enchantment, which can be dissipated only by a certain incense, which I am acquainted with. If your majesty would entertain yourself, your court, and the people of your capital with the most surprising sight that ever was beheld, let the horse be brought into the great square before the palace, and leave the rest to me." I promise to show you, and all that assembly, in a few moments' time, the Princess of Bengal completely restored in body and mind. But the better to effect what I propose, it will be requisite that the princess should be dressed as magnificently as possible, and adorned with the most valuable jewels your majesty may possess. The Sultan would have undertaken much more difficult things to have arrived at the enjoyment of his desires, which he expected soon to accomplish. The next day, the enchanted horse was, by his order, taken out of the treasury and placed early in the great square before the palace. A report was spread through the town that there was something extraordinary to be seen, and crowds of people flocked thither from all parts, insomuch that the Sultan's guards were placed to prevent disorder, and to keep space round the horse. The Sultan of Kashmir, surrounded by all his nobles and ministers of state, was placed on a scaffold erected on purpose. The Princess of Bengal, attended by a number of ladies whom the Sultan had assigned her, went up to the enchanted horse, and the women helped her to mount. When she was fixed in the saddle, and had the bridle in her hand, the pretended physician placed round the horse at a proper distance many vessels of lighted charcoal, which he had ordered to be brought, and going round them with a solemn pace, cast in a strong and grateful perfume. Then collected in himself, with downcast eyes, and his hands upon his breast, he ran 3 times about the horse, making as if he pronounced some mystical words. The moment the pot sent forth a dark cloud of pleasant smell, which so surrounded the princess, that neither she nor the horse could be discerned. Watching his opportunity, the prince jumped nimbly up behind her, and reaching his hand to the peg, turned it, and just as the horse rose with them into the air, he pronounced these words, which the Sultan heard distinctly. "Sultan of Kashmir, when you would marry princesses who implore your protection, learn first to obtain their consent." Thus the prince delivered the Princess of Bengal, and carried her the same day to the capital of Persia, where he alighted in the square of the palace before the emperor his father's apartment, who deferred the solemnization of the marriage no longer than till he could make the preparations necessary to render the ceremony pompous and magnificent, and evince the interest he took in it. After the days appointed for the rejoicings were over, the emperor of Persia's first care was to name and appoint an ambassador to go to the Raja of Bengal with an account of what had passed, and to demand his approbation and ratification of the alliance contracted by this marriage, which the Raja of Bengal took as an honor, and granted with great pleasure and satisfaction. End of Section 3. Recording by Bhavesh Agarwal.
.org. Recording by Wejian. The Arabian Nights Entertainments Vol.4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 4. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu. Part 1. There was a sultan who had peacefully filled the throne of India many years, and had the satisfaction in his old age to have 3 sons, the worthy imitators of his virtues, who, with the princess his niece, were the ornaments of his court. The eldest of the princes was called Hussein, the second Ali, the youngest Ahmed, and the princess his niece Nouronnière. The princess Nouronnière was the daughter of the younger brother of the sultan, to whom in his lifetime he had allowed a considerable revenue, but that prince had not been married long before he had died, and left the princess very young. The sultan, in consideration of the brotherly love and friendship that had always subsisted between them, besides a great attachment to his person, took upon himself the care of his daughter's education, and brought her up in his palace with the 3 princes, where her singular beauty and personal accomplishments, joined to a lively wit and irreproachable virtue, distinguished her among all the princesses of her time. The sultan, her uncle, proposed to marry her when she arrived at a proper age, and by that means to contract an alliance with some neighboring prince, and was thinking seriously on the subject, when he perceived that the 3 princes, his sons, loved her passionately. This gave him much concern, though his grief did not proceed from a consideration that their passion prevented his forming the alliance he designed, but the difficulty he foresaw to make them agree, and that the two youngest should consent to yield her up to the eldest brother. He spoke to each of them apart, and remonstrated the impossibility of one princess being the wife of 3 persons, and the troubles they would create if they persisted in their attachment. He did all that he could to persuade them to abide by a declaration of the princess in favor of one of them, or to desist from their pretensions, to think of other matches which he left them free liberty to choose, and suffer her to be married to a foreign attachment. But as he found them obstinate, he sent for them all together and said, "My children, since I have not been able to dissuade you from aspiring to marry the princess your cousin, and as I have no inclination to use my authority, I give her to one in preference to his brothers. I trust I have thought of an expedient which will please you all, and preserve harmony among you, if you will but hear me, and follow my advice. I think it would not be amiss if you were to travel separately into different countries, so that you might not meet each other. And as you know, I am very curious, and delight in everything that is rare and singular. I promise my niece in marriage to him who shall bring me the most extraordinary rarity. Chance may lead you to form your own judgment of the singularity of the thing which you bring, by the comparison you make of them, so that you will have no difficulty to do yourself justice by yielding the preference to him who has deserved it. And for the expense of travelling, I will give each of you the sum suited to your rank. And for the purchase of the rarity you shall search after, which shall not be laid out in equipage and attendance, as much display by discovering who you are would not only deprive you of the liberty to acquaint yourself of your judge, but prevent your observing those things which may merit your attention, and may be most useful to you." As the 3 princes were always submissive and obedient to the Sultan's will, and each flattered himself fortune might prove favorable to him and give him possession of the Princess Nouronier, they all consented to the proposal. The Sultan gave them the money he promised, and that very day they issued orders for the preparations for their travels, and took leave of their father, that they might be ready to set out early next morning. They all went out at the same gate of the city, each dressed like a merchant, attended by a trusty officer, habited as a slave, and well mounted and equipped. They proceeded the first day's journey together, and slept at a caravansary where the road divided into 3 different tracks. At night, when they were at supper together, they all agreed to travel for a year, to make their present lodging their rendezvous, and that the first who came should wait for the rest, that as they had all 3 taken leave together of the Sultan, they might return in company. The next morning, by break of day, after they had embraced and wished each other reciprocally good success, they mounted their horses and took each a different road. Prince Hussein, the eldest brother, who had heard wonders of the extent, power, riches, and splendor of the kingdom of Bisnagar, bent his course towards the Indian coast, and after 3 months traveling, joining himself to different caravans, sometimes over deserts and barren mountains, and sometimes through populous and fertile countries, arrived at Bisnagar, the capital of the kingdom of that name, and the residence of its Maharaja. He lodged at a khan appointed for foreign merchants, and having learnt that there were 4 principal divisions where merchants of all sorts kept their shops, in the midst of which stood the castle, or rather the Maharaja's palace, on a large extent of ground, as the center of the city, surrounded by 3 courts, and each gate distant 2 leagues from the other, he went to one of these quarters the next day. Prince Hussein could not view this quarter without admiration. It was large, divided into several streets, all vaulted and shaded from the sun, but yet very light. The shops were of all the same size and proportion, and all who dealt with the same sort of goods, as well as all the artists of the same profession, lived in one street. The number of shops, stocked with all kinds of merchandises, such as the finest linens from several parts of India, some painted in the most lively colors, and representing men, landscapes, trees, and flowers, silks and brocades from Persia, China, and other places, porcelain from Japan and China. Foot carpets of all sizes surprised him so much that he knew not how to believe his eyes. But when he came to the shops of the goldsmiths and jewelers, for those two trades were exercised by the same merchants, he was in a kind of ecstasy at beholding such prodigious quantities of wrought gold and silver, and was dazzled by the luster of the pearls, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones exposed to sale. But if he was amazed at seeing so many treasures in one place, he was much more surprised when he came to judge the wealth of the whole kingdom, by considering that, except the Brahmins and the ministers of the idols, who profess a life retired from worldly vanity, there was not an Indian, man or woman, through the extent of the kingdom, but wore necklaces, bracelets, and ornaments about their legs and feet, made of pearls and precious stones, which appeared with a great luster, as they were blacks, which color admirably set off their brilliancy. Another object which Prince Hussein particularly admired was the great number of flower sellers who crowded the streets. For the Indians are such great lovers of flowers that not one will stir without a nosegay of them in his hand, or a garland of them on his head. And the merchants kept them in pots in their shops, so that the air of the whole quarter, however extensive, is perfectly perfumed. After Prince Hussein had passed through that quarter, street by street, his thoughts fully employed on the riches he had seen, he was much fatigued, which a merchant perceiving, civilly invited him to sit down in his shop. He accepted his offer, but had not been seated long before he saw a crier pass with a piece of carpeting on his arm, about 6 feet square, and crying it at 30 purses. The prince called to the crier and asked to see the carpeting, which seemed to him to be valued at an exorbitant price, not only for the size of it, but the meanness of the materials. When he had examined it well, he told the crier that he could not comprehend how so small a piece of carpeting, and of so indifferent an appearance, could be set at so high a price. The crier, who took him for a merchant, replied, "Sir, if the price seems too extravagant to you, your amazement will be greater when I tell you I have orders to raise it to 40 purses and not part with it under." "Certainly," answered Prince Hussein, "it must have something very extraordinary in it, which I know nothing of." "You have guessed right, sir," replied the crier, "and will own it when you come to know that whoever sits on this piece of carpeting may be transported in an instant wherever he desires to be, without being stopped by an obstacle." At this account, the Prince of the Indies, considering that his principal motive for his tour was to carry the Sultan, his father, home some singular rarity, thought that he could not meet with any which would afford him more satisfaction. "If the carpeting," he said to the crier, "has the virtue you attribute to it, I shall not think 40 purses too much, but shall make you a present besides." "Sir," replied the crier, "I have told you the truth, and it will be an easy matter to convince you of it as soon as you have made the bargain of 40 purses, on condition I show you the experiment. But I suppose you have not so much with you, and to receive them I must go with you to the khan where you lodge. With the leave of the master of the shop, we will go to the back warehouse, where I will spread the carpeting, and when we have both sat down, and you have formed the wish to be transported into your apartment at the khan, if we are not conveyed thither, it shall be no bargain, and you shall be at your liberty. As for your present, as I am paid for my trouble by the seller, I shall receive it as a favor, and feel much obligated by your liberality." On this assurance of the crier, the prince accepted the conditions, and concluded the bargain. Then, having obtained the master's leave, he went into the back shop, where they both sat down on the carpeting, and as soon as the prince had formed his wish to be transported into his apartment at the khan, he in an instant found himself and the crier there. As he wanted not more convincing proof of the virtue of the carpeting, he counted to the crier 40 purses of gold, and gave him 20 pieces for himself. In this manner Prince Hussein became the possessor of the carpeting, and was overjoyed that at his arrival at Bisnagar he had found so rare a curiosity, which he never doubted must of course gain him the possession of Nouronier. In short, He thought it impossible for the princes, his younger brothers, to meet with anything to be compared with it. It was in his power, by sitting on this carpeting, to be at the place of rendezvous that very day. But, as he would be obligated to wait there for his brothers as they had agreed, and as he was desirous of seeing the Maharaja of Bisnagar and his court, and to inform himself of the strength, laws, custom, and religion of the kingdom, he chose to make a longer abode in the capital, and to spend some months in satisfying his curiosity. It was the custom of the Maharaja of Bisnagar to give all foreign merchants access to his person once a week, so that, in his assumed character, Prince Hussein saw him often. And as this prince was of an engaging presence, sensible and accomplished, he distinguished himself among the merchants, and was preferred before them all by the Maharaja, who addressed to himself to be informed of the person of the Sultan of the Indies, and of the government, strength, and riches of his dominions. The rest of his time the prince employed in viewing what was most remarkable in and about the city, and among the objects which were most worthy of admiration, he visited a temple remarkable for being built all of brass. It was 10 cubits square and 15 high, but its greatest ornament was an idol of the height of a man, of massive gold. Its eyes were 2 rubies, set so artificially that it seemed to look at those who viewed it, on which side soever they turned. Besides this, there was another not less curious in the environs of the city, in the midst of the lawn about 10 acres, which was like a delicious garden full of roses and the choicest flowers, surrounded by a low wall, breast high, to keep out the cattle. In the midst of this lawn was raised a terrace, a man's height, and covered with such beautiful cement that the whole pavement seemed to be but one single stone, most highly polished. A temple was erected in the middle of the terrace, having a spire raising about 50 cubits high from the building, which might be seen for several leagues round. The temple was 30 cubits long and 20 broad, built of red marble, highly polished. The inside of the spire was adorned with 3 compartments of fine paintings, and there was not a part in the whole edifice but what was embellished with paintings or relievos and gaudy idols from top to bottom. Every night and morning there were superstitious ceremonies performed in the temple, which were always succeeded by sports, concerts of music, dancing, singing, and feasts. The Brahmins of the temple and the inhabitants of the suburb had nothing to subsist on but the offerings of pilgrims, who came in crowds from the most distant parts of the kingdom to perform their vows. Prince Hussein was also spectator of a solemn festival, which was celebrated every year at the court of Bisnagar, at which all the governors of provinces, commanders of fortified places, all heads and magistrates of towns, and Brahmins most celebrated for their learning were usually present, and some lived so far off that they were 4 months in coming. This assembly, composed of such innumerable multitudes of Hindus encamped in variously colored tents, on a plain of vast extent, was a splendid sight as far as the eye could reach. In the center of this plain was a square of great length and breadth, closed on one side by a large scaffolding of 9 stories, supported by 40 pillars, raised for the Maharaja and his court, and those strangers who he admitted to audience once a week. Within, it was adorned and furnished magnificently with rich carpets and cushions, and on the outside were painted landscapes wherein all sorts of beasts, birds, insects, even flies and gnats were drawn very naturally. Other scaffolds of at least 4 or 5 stories, and painted almost all with the same fanciful brilliancy, formed the other 3 sides. But what was more particular in these scaffolds, they could turn and make them change their font so as to present different decorations to the eye every hour. On each side of the square, at some little distance from each other, were ranged 1,000 elephants, sumptuously caparisoned, each having upon its back a square wooden stage, finely gilt, upon which were musicians and buffoons. The trunks, ears, and bodies of these elephants were painted with cinnabar and other colors representing grotesque figures. But what Prince Hussein most of all admired, as a proof of the industry, address, and inventive genius of the Hindus, was to see the largest of these elephants stand with his 4 feet on a post fixed to the earth, and standing out of it above 2 feet, playing and beating time with its trunk to the music. Besides this, he admired another elephant as large as the former, placed upon a plank, laid across a strong beam about 10 feet high, with a significantly heavy weight at the other end, which balanced him, while he kept time by the motions of his body and trunk with the music, as well as the other elephant. The Hindus, after having fastened on the counterpose, had drawn the other end of the board down to the ground and made the elephant get upon it. Prince Hussein might have had a longer stay in the kingdom and court of Bisnagar, where he would have been agreeably diverted by a great variety of other wonders till the last day of the year, whereon he and his brothers had appointed to meet, but he was so well satisfied with what he had seen, and his thoughts ran so much upon the object of his love, that after such success in meeting with his carpet, reflecting on the beauty and charms of the Princess Nouronihar, increased every day the violence of his passion, and he fancied he should be the more easy and happy the nearer he was to her. After he had satisfied the master of the Khan for his apartment, he told him the hour when he might come for the key. Without mentioning how he would travel, he shut the door, put the key on the outside, and spreading the carpet, he and the officer he had brought with him sat down upon it, and as soon as he had formed his wish, were transported to the caravanserai at which he and his brothers were to meet, and where he passed for a merchant till their arrival. Prince Ali, the second brother, who had designed to travel into Persia, in conformity with the intentions of the Sultan of the Indies, took that road, having 3 days after he parted with his brothers joined a caravan, and in 4 months arrived at Shiraz, which was then the capital of the Empire of Persia, and having in the way contracted a friendship with some merchants, passed for a jeweler, and lodged in the same khan as them. The next morning, while the merchants opened their bales and merchandises, Prince Ali, who travelled only for his pleasure, had brought nothing but necessaries with him. After he had dressed himself, took a walk into the quarter of the town where they sold precious stones, gold and silver works, brocades, silks, fine linens, and other choice and valuable articles, and which was at Shiraz called the Byzantine. It was a spacious and well-built street, arched over, within the arcades of which were shops. Prince Ali soon rambled through the Byzantine, and with admiration judged of the riches of the palace by the prodigious quantities of the most precious merchandises exposed to view. But among the criers who passed backwards and forwards with several sorts of goods, offering to sell them, he was not a little surprised to see one who held in his hand an ivory tube of about 1 foot in length, and about 1 inch thick, which he cried at 40 purses. At first he thought the crier mad, and to inform himself went to the shop and said to the merchant who stood at the door, "Pray, sir, is not that man," pointing to the crier, who cried the ivory tube at 40 purses, "mad? If he is not, I am much deceived." "Indeed, sir," answered the merchant, "he was in his right senses yesterday, and I can assure you he is one of the ablest criers we have, and the most employed of any, as being to be confided in when anything valuable is to be sold. And if he cries the ivory tube at 40 purses, it must be worth as much, or more, on some account or another which does not appear. He will come by presently, when we call for him, and you shall satisfy yourself. In the meantime, sit down on my sofa, and rest yourself." Prince Ali accepted the merchant's obliging offer, and presently afterwards the crier arrived. The merchant called him by his name, and pointed to the prince, and said to him, "Tell that gentleman, who asked me if you were in your right senses, what you mean by crying that ivory tube, which seems not to be worth much, at 40 purses. I should indeed be much amazed myself, if I did not know you were a sensible man." The crier, Addressing himself to Prince Ali, said, "Sir, you are not the only person that takes me for a madman on account of this tube. You shall judge yourself whether I am or no when I have told you its property, and I hope you will value it at as high a price as those I have showed it to already, and who had as bad an opinion of me as you have." "First, sir," pursued the crier, presenting the ivory tube to the prince, "observe that this tube is furnished with glass at both ends. By looking through one of them, you will see whatever object you wish to behold." "I am," said the prince, "ready to make you all proper reparation for the reflection I cast upon you, if you can make the truth of what you advance appear." And, as he had the ivory tube in his hand, after he had looked at the two glasses, he said, "Show me at which of these ends I must look, and I may be satisfied." The crier presently showed him, and he looked through, wishing at the same time to see the Sultan, his father, whom he immediately beheld in perfect health, sitting on his throne in the midst of his council. Next, as there was nothing in the world so dear to him after the Sultan as the Princess Neronier, he wished to see her, and instantly beheld her laughing and in a gay humor with her women about her. Prince Ali wanted no other proof to persuade him that the tube was the most valuable article not only in the city of Shiraz, but in all the world, and believed that if he should neglect to purchase it, he should never meet with an equally wonderful curiosity. He said to the crier, "I am very sorry that I have entertained so erroneous an opinion of you, but hope to make amends by buying this tube, for I should be sorry if anybody else had it. So tell me the lowest price the owner has fixed, and don't give yourself any further trouble to hawk about it, but go with me, and I will pay you the money." The crier assured him, with an oath, that his last orders were to take no less than 40 purses, and if he disputed the truth of what he said, he would carry him to his employer. The prince believed him, took him to the khan where he lodged, told him out the money, and received the tube. Prince Ali was overjoyed at the purchase, and persuaded himself that, as his brothers would not be able to meet with anything so rare and admirable, the Princess Neronier must be the recompense of his fatigue and travels. He thought now of only visiting the court of Persia incognito, and seeing whatever was curious in and about Shiraz, till the caravan with which he came might be ready to return to the Indies. He satisfied his curiosity, and when the caravan took its departure, the prince joined the former party of merchants, his friends, and arrived happily without any accident or trouble, further than the length of the journey, and fatigued of travel, at the place of rendezvous, where he found Prince Hussein, and both waited for Prince Ahmed. Entertainments, Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 5. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu. Prince Ahmed took the road of Samarkand, and the day after his arrival went, as his brothers had done, into the Byzantine, where he had not walked long before he heard a crier who had an artificial apple in his hand cry it at 35 purses. He stopped the crier and said to him, "Let me see that apple, and tell me what virtue or extraordinary property it possesses to be valued at so high a rate." "Sir," replied the crier, giving it into his hand, "if you look at the mere outside of this apple, it is not very remarkable. But if you consider its properties, and the great use and benefit it is of to mankind, you will say it is invaluable, and that he who possesses it is master of a great treasure. It cures all sick persons of the most mortal diseases, whether fever, pleurisy, plague, or other malignant distempers. For even if the patient is dying, it will recover him immediately, and restore him to perfect health, and this merely by the patient's smelling to it." "If one may believe you," replied Prince Ahmed, "the virtues of this apple are wonderful, and it is indeed invaluable. But what ground has a purchaser to be persuaded that there is no exaggeration in the high praises you bestow on it?" "Sir," replied the crier, "the truth is known by the whole city of Samarkand. But, without going any further, ask all these merchants you see here, and hear what they say. You will find several of them will tell you they had not been alive this day had they not made use of this excellent remedy. And that you may better comprehend what it is, I must tell you, it is the fruit of the study and experience of a celebrated philosopher in this city, who applied himself all his lifetime to the knowledge of the virtues of plants and minerals, and at last attained to this composition by which he performed such surprising cures, and will never be forgotten. But he died suddenly himself, before he could apply his own solvent remedy, and left his wife and a great many young children behind in very indifferent circumstances, who, to support her family and to provide for her children, has resolved to selling it." While the crier was detailing to Prince Ahmed the virtues of the artificial apple, many persons came about them and confirmed what he declared, and one amongst the rest said that he had a friend dangerously ill whose life was despaired of, which was a favorable opportunity to show the experiment. Upon which Prince Ahmed told the crier he would give him 40 purses for the apple if it cured the sick person by smelling to it. The crier, who had orders to sell it at that price, said to Prince Ahmed, "Come, sir, let us go and make the experiment, and the apple shall be yours. And I say this with the greater confidence that it is an undoubted fact that it will always have the same effect, as it already has had whenever it has been applied to save from death so many persons whose lives were despaired of." In short, the experiment succeeded, and the prince, after he had counted out to the crier 40 purses, and had received the apple from him, waited with the greatest impatience for the departure of a caravan for the Indies. In the meantime he saw all that was curious at and about Samarkand, and principally the valley of Sod, which is reckoned by the Arabians one of the 4 paradises of this world, for the beauty of its fields, gardens, and palaces, and for its fertility and fruit of all sorts, and all the other pleasures enjoyed there in the fine season. Ahmed joined himself to the first caravan that set out for the Indies, and, notwithstanding the inevitable inconveniences of so long a journey, arrived in perfect health at the caravansary where the Princes Hussein and Ali waited for him. Ali, who had arrived some time before Ahmed, asked Hussein how long he had been there, who told him 3 months. To which he replied, "Then certainly you haven't been very far." "I will tell you nothing now," said Prince Hussein, "of where I have been, but only assure you I was above 3 months travelling to the place I went to." "But then," replied Prince Ali, "you made a short stay there." "Indeed, brother," said Prince Hussein, "you are mistaken. I resided at one place above 4 months, and might have stayed longer." "Unless you flew back," returned Ali again. "I cannot comprehend how you have been 3 months here, as you would make me believe." "I tell you the truth," added Hussein, "and it is a riddle which I shall not explain to you till our brother Ahmed joins us, when I will let you know of the rarity I have purchased in my travels. I know not what you've got, but believe it to be some trifle, because I do not perceive that your baggage is increased." "And pray what have you brought?" demanded Prince Ali, "for I can see nothing but an ordinary piece of carpeting with which you cover your sofa, and therefore I think I may return your raillery, and as you seem to make what you have brought a secret, you cannot take it amiss that I do the same with respect to what I have procured." "I consider the rarity I have purchased," replied Hussein, "to excel all others whatever, and should not make any difficulty to show it to you, and make you allow that it is so, and at the same time tell you how I came by it, without being in the least apprehensive what you have got is to be preferred to it. But it is proper that we should wait till our brother Ahmed arrives, when we may communicate our good fortune to each other." Prince Ali would not enter into a dispute with Prince Hussein on the preference he gave to his rarity, but was persuaded that if his perspective glass was not preferable, it was impossible it should be inferior to it, and therefore agreed to stay till Prince Ahmed arrived to produce his purchase. When Prince Ahmed joined his brothers, they embraced with tenderness and complimented each other on the happiness of meeting together at the same place they had set out from. Hussein, as the eldest brother, then assumed the discourse and said to them, "Brothers, we shall have time enough hereafter to entertain ourselves with the particulars of our travel. Let us come to that which is of the greatest importance of us to know. And as I do not doubt you remember the principal motive which engaged us to travel, let us not conceal from each other the curiosities we have brought, but show them, that we may do ourselves justice beforehand, and judge to which of us the Sultan, our father, may give the preference. To set the example," continued Hussein, "I will tell you that the rarity which I have brought from the kingdom of Bisnagar is the carpeting on which I sit, which looks but ordinary, and makes no show, but when I have declared its virtues, you will be struck with admiration, and confess you have never heard of anything like it. Whoever sits on it, as we do, and desires to be transported to any place, be it ever so far distant, he is immediately carried thither. I made the experiment myself, before I paid 40 purses, which I almost readily gave for it, and when I fully satisfied my curiosity at the court of Bisnagar, I wished to return here. I made use of no other conveyance than this wonderful carpet for myself and servant. Who can tell you how long we were on our journey? I will show you both the experiment whenever you please. I expect now that you should tell me whether what you have brought is to be compared to this carpet." Here Prince Hussein finished his commendation of the excellency of his carpet, and Prince Ali, addressing himself to him, said, "I must own, brother, that your carpet is one of the most surprising curiosities, if it has, as I do not doubt, the properties you speak of. But you must allow that there might be other rarities. I will not say more, but at least as wonderful in another way. And to convince you there are, here is an ivory tube, which appears to the eye no more a prodigy than your carpet. It cost me as much, and I am very well satisfied with my purchase as you can be with yours. And you will be so, just as to own that I have not been imposed upon, when you shall know by experience that by looking at one end you see whatever object you wish to behold. I will not have you take my word," added Prince Ali, presenting the tube to him. "Take it. Make trial of it yourself." Hussein took the ivory tube from Prince Ali, and put at the end to his eye which Ali directed, with an intention to see the Princess Nouronier. When Ali and Prince Ahmed, who kept their eyes fixed upon him, were extremely surprised to see his countenance change in such a manner as expressed extraordinary alarm and affliction, Prince Hussein did not give them time to ask what was the matter, but cried out, "Alas, princes, to what purpose have we undertaken such long and fatiguing journeys, but with the hopes of being recompensed by the possession of the charming Nouronier, when in a few moments that lovely princess will breathe her last? I saw her on her bed, surrounded by women and eunuchs, all in tears, who seemed to expect her death. Take the tube, behold yourself the miserable state she's in, and mingle your tears with mine." Prince Ali took the tube out of Hussein's hand, and after he had seen the same object with sensible grief, presented it to Ahmed, who took it to behold the melancholy sight which so much concerned them all. When Prince Ahmed had taken the tube out of Ali's hands, and saw that the Princess Nouronier's end was so near, he addressed himself to his two brothers and said, "Princes, the Princess Nouronier, equally the object of our vows, is indeed just at death's door. But provided we make haste and lose no time, we may preserve her alive." He then took the artificial apple out of his bosom, and showing it to his brothers, resumed, "This apple
cost me as much and more than either the carpet or tube. The opportunity which now presents itself to show you its wonderful property makes me not regret the 40 purses I gave for it. But not to keep you longer in suspense, it has this virtue. If a sick person smells to it, though in the last agonies, it will restore him to perfect health immediately. I have made the experiment and can show you its wonderful effect on the person of Princess Noroniyar if we hasten to assist her. If that be all, replied Prince Hussein, we cannot make more dispatch than by transporting ourselves instantly into her chamber by means of my carpet. Come, lose no time, sit down, it is large enough to hold us all. But first, let us give orders to our servants to set out immediately and join us at the palace. As soon as the order was given, the princes Ali and Ahmed sat down by Hussein, and as their interest was the same, they framed the same wish and were transported instantaneously into the Princess Nouroniyar's chamber. The presence of the 3 princes, who were so little expected, alarmed the princesses' women and eunuchs, who could not comprehend by what enchantment 3 men should be among them, for they did not know them at first, and the eunuchs were ready to fall upon them as people who had gotten to a part of the palace where they were not allowed to come. But they presently found their mistake. Prince Ahmed no sooner saw himself in Nouroniyar's chamber, and perceived the princess dying, but he rose off the carpet, as did also the other 2 princes, went to the bedside, and put the apple to her nostrils. The princess instantly opened her eyes, and turned her head from one side to another, looking at the persons who stood about her. She then rose up in the bed, and asked to be dressed, with the same freedom and recollection as if she had awakened out of a sound sleep. Her women presently informed her, in a manner that showed their joy, that she was obliged to the 3 princes, her cousins, and particularly to Prince Ahmed, for the sudden recovery of her health. She immediately expressed her joy at seeing them, and thanked them all together, but afterwards Prince Ahmed in particular. As she desired to dress, the princes contented themselves with telling her how great a pleasure it was to them to have come soon enough to contribute each in any degree towards relieving her from the imminent danger she was in, and what ardent prayers they had offered for the continuance of her life, after which they retired. While the princess was dressing, the princes went to throw themselves at the Sultan, their father's feet. But when they came to him, they found he had been previously informed of their unexpected arrival by the chief of the princess's eunuchs, and by what means the princess had been so suddenly cured. The Sultan received and embraced them with the greatest joy, both for their return and the wonderful recovery of the princess his niece, whom he loved as if she had been his own daughter, and who had been given over by the physicians. After the usual compliments, the princes presented each the rarity which he had brought. Prince Hussein his carpet, Prince Ali his ivory tube, and Prince Ahmed the artificial apple. And after each had commended his present, as he put it into the Sultan's hands, they begged of him to pronounce their fate, and declare to which of them he would give the Princess Nouroniyar, according to his promise. The Sultan of the Indies, having kindly heard all that the princes had to say in favor of their rarities, without interrupting them, and being well informed of what had happened in relation to the Princess Nouroniyar's cure, remained some time silent, considering what answer he should make. At last he broke silence, and said to them in terms of full wisdom, "I would declare for one of you, my children, if I could do it with justice, but consider whether I can. It is true, Ahmed, the princess my niece is obliged to your artificial apple for her cure, but let me ask you, whether you could have been so serviceable to her if you had not known by Ali's tube the danger she was in, and if Hussein's carpet had not brought you here so soon. Your tube, Ali, informed you and your brothers that you were likely to lose the princess your cousin, and so far she is greatly obliged to you. you must also grant that the knowledge of her illness would have been of no service without the artificial apple and the carpet. And as for you, Hussein, the princess would be very ungrateful if she did not show her sense of value of your carpet, which is so necessary a means towards effecting her cure. But consider, it would have been of little use if you had not been acquainted with her illness by Ali's tube, or if Ahmed had not applied his artificial apple. Therefore, as neither the carpet, the ivory tube, nor the artificial apple has the least preference to the other articles, but as, on the contrary, their value has been perfectly equal, I cannot grant the princess to any one of you. And the only fruit you have reaped from your travels is the glory of having equally contributed to restore her health. As this is the case, added the Sultan, you see that I must have recourse to other means to determine me with certainty in the choice I ought to make. And as there is time enough between this and night, I will do it today. Go and procure each of you a bow and arrow. Repair the plain where the horses are exercised. I will soon join you, and will give the Princess Nouroniyar to him who shoots the furthest. I do not, however, forget to thank you all in general, and each in particular, for the present you have brought me. I have many rarities in my collection already, but nothing that comes up to the miraculous properties of the carpet, the ivory tube, and the artificial apple, which shall have the first place among them, and shall be preserved carefully, not only for curiosity, but for service upon proper occasions. The three princes had nothing to object to the decision of the Sultan. When they were dismissed his presence, they each provided themselves with a bow and arrow, which they delivered to one of their officers, and went to the plain appointed, followed by a great concourse of people. The Sultan did not make them wait long for him. As soon as he arrived, Prince Hussein, as the eldest, took his bow and arrow and shot first. Prince Ali shot next, and much beyond him, Prince Ahmed last of all. But it so happened that nobody could see where his arrow fell, and notwithstanding all the search made by himself and all the spectators, it was not to be found. Though it was believed that he had shot the furthest, and had therefore deserved the Princess Nouroniyar, it was, however, necessary that his arrow should be found, to make the matter more evident and certain. But notwithstanding his remonstrances, the Sultan determined in favor of Prince Ali, and gave orders for the preparations to be made for the solemnization of the nuptials, which were celebrated a few days after with great magnificence. Prince Hussein would not honor the feast with his presence. His passion for the Princess Nouroniyar was so sincere and ardent that he could scarcely support with patience the mortification of seeing her in the arms of Prince Ali, who, he said, did not deserve her better nor love her more than himself. In short, his grief was so violent and insupportable that he left the court and renounced all right of succession to the crown to turn dervish, and put himself under the discipline of a famous chief who had gained great reputation for his exemplary life, and had taken up his abode and that of his disciples, whose number was great, in an agreeable solitude. Prince Ahmed, urged by the same motive, did not assist at Prince Ali and the Princess Nouroniyar's nuptials any more than his brother Hussein, yet he did not renounce the world as he had done. But as he could not imagine what could have become of his arrow, he resolved to search for it, that he might not have anything to reproach himself with. With this intent, he went to the place where the Princes Hussein's and Ali's were gathered up, and, proceeding straight forward from thence, looked carefully on both sides as he advanced. He went so far that at last he began to think his labor was in vain, yet he could not help proceeding until he came to some steep, craggy rocks, which would have obliged him to return, had he been ever so desirous to continue his course.
End of Section 5. Recording by Wejian.
Entertainments, Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott, Section 6, The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peribanau, Part 3. As he approached these rocks, he perceived an arrow, which he took up, looked earnestly at it, and was in the greatest astonishment to find it was the same he had shot. "Certainly," said he to himself, "neither I, nor any man living, could shoot an arrow so far." And finding it laid flat, not sticking into the ground, he judged that it had rebounded from the rock. "There must be some mystery in this," said he to himself again, "and it may be to my advantage. Perhaps fortune, to make amends for depriving me of what I thought the greatest happiness of my life, may have reserved a greater blessing for my comfort." As these rocks were full of sharp points and indentures between them, the prince, meditating, entered into one of the cavities, and looking about beheld an iron door which seemed to have no lock. He feared it was fastened, but pushing against it, it opened, and discovered an easy descent, which he walked down with his arrow in his hand. At first he thought he was going into a dark place, but presently a light quite different from that which he had quitted succeeded, and entering into a spacious square, he, to his surprise, beheld a magnificent palace, the admirable structure of which he had not time to look at, for at the same instant a lady of majestic air, and of a beauty to which the richness of her habit and the jewels which adorned her person added no advantage, advanced, attended by a troop of ladies, or whom it was difficult to distinguish which was the mistress, as all were so magnificently dressed. As soon as Ahmed perceived the lady, he hastened to pay his respects, and the lady, seeing him coming, prevented him. Addressing him first, she said, "Come near, Prince Ahmed, you are welcome." It was with no small surprise that the prince heard himself named in a palace he had never heard of, though so nigh to his father's capital, and he could not comprehend how he should be known to a lady who was a stranger to him. At last he returned the lady's compliment by throwing himself at her feet, and rising up, said to her, "Lady, I return you 1,000 thanks for the assurance you give me of welcome to a place where I had reason to believe my imprudent curiosity had made me penetrate too far. But may I, without being guilty of rudeness, presume to inquire by what adventure you know me, and how you who live in the same neighborhood should be so little known by me?" "Prince," said the lady, "let us go into the hall. There I will gratify you in your request more commodiously for us both." After these words, the lady led Prince Ahmed into the hall, the noble structure of which, displaying the gold and azure which embellished the dome, and the inestimable riches of the furniture, appeared so great a novelty to him, that he could not forbear his admiration, but exclaimed that he had never beheld its equal. "I can assure you," replied the lady, "that this is but a small part of my palace, as you will judge when you have seen all the apartments." She then sat down on a sofa, and when the prince at her entreaty had seated himself by her, she continued, "You are surprised, you say, that I know you, and am not known by you, but you will be no longer surprised when I inform you who I am. You cannot be ignorant, as the Koran informs you, that the world is inhabited by genii as well as man. I am the daughter of one of the most powerful and distinguished of these genii, and my name is Peribanau. Therefore you ought not to wonder that I know you, the Sultan your father, the princes your brothers, and the Princess Nuranahar. I am no stranger to your loves or your travels, of which I could tell you all the circumstances, since it was I myself who exposed to sale the artificial apple which you bought at Samarkand, the carpet which Prince Hussein purchased at Bisnagar, and the tube which Prince Ali brought from Shiraz. This is sufficient to let you know that I am not unacquainted with everything that relates to you. I have to add that you seemed worthy to me of a more happy fate than that of possessing the Princess Nuranahar, and that you might attain to it. I was present when you drew your arrow, and foresaw it would not go beyond Prince Hussein's. I seized it in the air, and gave it the necessary motion to strike against the rocks near which you found it. It is in your power to avail yourself of the favorable opportunity which presents itself to make you happy." As the fairy Peribanau pronounced the last words with a different tone, and looked at the same time tenderly at the prince, with downcast eyes and a modest blush upon her cheeks, it was not difficult for him to comprehend what happiness she meant. He reflected that the Princess Nuranahar could never be his, saw that Peri Benau excelled her infinitely in beauty and accomplishments and, as far as he could conjecture by the magnificence of the palace, in immense riches. He blessed the moment that he thought of seeking after his arrow a second time, and yielding to his inclination, which drew him towards the new object which had fired his heart, he then replied, "Should I, all my life, have the happiness of being your slave, and the admirer of the many charms which ravish my soul, I should think myself the happiest of men. Pardon the presumption which inspires me to ask this favor, and do not refuse to admit into your court a prince who is entirely devoted to you." "Prince," answered the fairy, "as I have been long my own mistress, and have no dependence on a parent's consent, it is not as a slave that I would admit you into my court, but as master of my person and all that belongs to me, by pledging your faith to me and taking me as your wife. I hope you will not think it indecorous that I anticipate you in this proposal. I am, as I said, mistress of my will, and must add that the same customs are not observed among the fairies as with humankind, in whom it would not have been decent to have made such advances. But it is what we do, and we suppose we confer obligation by the practice." Ahmed made no answer to this declaration, but was so penetrated with gratitude that he thought he could not express it better than by prostration to kiss the hem of her garment, which she would not give him time to do, but presented her hand, which he kissed 1,000 times and kept fast locked in his. "Well, Prince Ahmed," said she, "will you pledge your faith to me, as I do mine to you?" "Yes, madam," replied the prince in an ecstasy of joy. "What can I do more fortunate for myself, or with greater pleasure? Yes, my sultaness, I give it to you with my heart without the least reserve." "Then," answered the fairy, "you are my husband, and I am your wife. Our fairy marriages are contracted with no other ceremonies, and yet are more firm and indissoluble than those among men, with all their formalities. But as I suppose," pursued she, "that you have eaten nothing today, a slight repast shall be served up for you while preparations are making for our nuptial feast this evening, and then I will show you the apartments of my palace." Some of the fairies' women who came into the hall with them, and guessed her intentions, went immediately out, and returned with some excellent viands and wines. When Ahmed had refreshed himself, the fairy led him through all the apartments, where he saw diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and all sorts of fine jewels, intermixed with pearls, agate, jasper, and porphyry, and all kinds of the most precious marbles, not to mention the richness of the furniture, which was inestimable, the whole disposed in such elegant profusion that the prince acknowledged there could not be anything in the world equal to it. "Prince," said the fairy, "if you admire my humble abode so much, what would you say to the palaces of the chiefs of our genii, which are much more beautiful, spacious, and magnificent? I could also show you my garden, but we will leave that till another time. Night draws near, and it will be time to go to supper." The next hall, which the fairy led the prince into, where the cloth was laid for the feast, was the only apartment he had not seen, and it was not in the least inferior to the others. At his entrance he admired the infinite number of wax candles perfumed with amber, the multitude of which, instead of being confused, were placed with so just a symmetry as to form an agreeable and pleasant light. A large buffet was set out with all sorts of gold plate so finely wrought that the workmanship was much more valuable than the weight of the gold. Several bands of beautiful women richly dressed and whose voices were ravishing began a concert, accompanied by the most harmonious instruments he had ever heard. When they were seated, the fairy took care to help Prince Ahmed to the most delicious meats, which she named as she invited him to eat of them, and which the prince had never heard of but found so exquisite that he commended them in the highest terms, saying that the entertainment which she gave him far surpassed those among men. He found also the same excellence in the wines, which neither he nor the fairy tasted till the dessert was served up, which consisted of the choicest sweetmeats and fruits. After the dessert, the fairy Peri Benau and Prince Ahmed rose and repaired to a sofa, with cushions of fine silk, curiously embroidered with all sorts of large flowers, laid at their backs. Presently, after a great number of genii and fairies danced before them to the chamber where the nuptial bed was prepared, and when they came to the entrance, divided themselves into 2 rows to let them pass, after which they made obeisance and retired. The nuptial festivity was renewed the next day, or rather, every day following the celebration was a continued feast, which the fairy Peribenow knew how to diversify by new delicacies, new concerts, new dances, new shows, and new diversions, which were all so gratifying to his senses that Ahmed, if he had lived 1,000 years among men, could not have experienced equal enjoyment. The fairy's intention was not only to give the prince convincing proofs of the sincerity of her love by so many attentions, but to let him see that as he had no pretensions at his father's court, he could meet with nothing comparable to the happiness he enjoyed with her, independently of her beauty and attractions, and to attach him entirely to herself. In this attempt she succeeded so well that Ahmed's passion was not in the least diminished by possession, but increased so much that if he had been so inclined, it was not in his power to forbear loving her. At the end of 6 months, Prince Ahmed, who always loved and honored the Sultan his father, felt a great desire to know how he was, and as that desire could not be satisfied without his absenting himself, he mentioned his wish to the fairy, and requested she would give him leave to visit the Sultan. This request alarmed the fairy, and made her fear it was only an excuse to leave her. She said to him, "What disgust can I have given you to ask me this permission? Is it possible you should have forgotten that you have pledged your faith to me? Or have you ceased to love one who is so passionately fond of you? Are not the proofs I have repeatedly given you of my affection sufficient?" "My queen," replied the prince, "I am perfectly convinced of your love, and should be unworthy of it if I did not testify my gratitude by a reciprocal affection. If you are offended at the permission I solicit, I entreat you to forgive me, and I will make all the reparation in my power. I did not make the request with any intention of displeasing you, but from a motive of respect towards my father, whom I wish to free from the affliction in which my so long absence must have overwhelmed him, and which must be the greater, as, I have reason to presume, he believes that I am dead. But since you do not consent that I should go and afford him that comfort, I will deny myself the pleasure, as there is nothing to which I would not submit to please you." Ahmed did not dissemble, for he loved her at heart as much as he had assured her by this declaration, and the fairy expressed her satisfaction. But as he could not absolutely abandon his design, he frequently took an opportunity to speak to her of the great qualifications of the Sultan his father, and above all of his particular tenderness toward himself, in hopes he might at length be able to move her. As the prince had supposed, the Sultan of the Indies, in the midst of the rejoicings on account of the nuptials of Prince Ali and the Princess Nuranahar, was sensibly afflicted at the absence of the other 2 princes his sons, though it was not long before he was informed of the resolution Hussein had taken to forsake the world and the place he had chosen for his retreat. As a good father whose happiness consists in seeing his children about him, especially when they are deserving of his tenderness, he would have been better pleased had he stayed at his court, near his person, but as he could not disapprove of his choice of the state of perfection which he had entered, he supported his absence more patiently. He made the most diligent search after Ahmed, and dispatched couriers to all the provinces of his dominions, with orders to the governors to stop him and oblige him to return to court. But all the pains he took had not the desired success, and his affliction, instead of diminishing, increased. He would make it the subject of his conversation with his Grand Vizier, and would say to him, "Vizier, thou knowest I always loved Ahmed the most of all my sons, and thou art not insensible of the means I have in vain used to find him out. My grief is so heavy, I shall sink under it, if thou hast not compassion on me. If thou hast any regard for the preservation of my life, I conjure thee to assist and advise me." The Grand Vizier, no less attached to the person of the Sultan than zealous to acquit himself well of the administration of the affairs of state, considering how to give his sovereign some ease, recollected a sorceress, of whom he had heard wonders, and proposed to send for and consult her. The Sultan consented, and the Grand Vizier, upon her arrival, introduced her into the presence. The Sultan said to the sorceress, "The affliction I have been in since the marriage of my son Prince Ali to the Princess Nuranahar, my niece, on account of the absence of Prince Ahmed, is so well known and so public that thou canst be no stranger to it. By thy art and skill canst thou tell me what is become of him? If he be alive, where he is, what he is doing, and if I may hope ever to see him again?" To this the sorceress replied, "It is impossible, sir, for me, however skillful in my profession, to answer immediately the questions your majesty asks, but if you allow me till tomorrow, I will endeavor to satisfy you." The Sultan granted her the time, and permitted her to retire, with a promise to recompense her munificently if her answer proved agreeable to his hopes. The sorceress returned the next day, and the Grand Vizier presented her a second time to the Sultan. "Sir," said she, "notwithstanding all the diligence I have used in applying the rules of my art to obey your majesty in what you desire to know, I have not been able to discover anything more than that Prince Ahmed is alive. This is certain, and you may depend upon it. But as to where he is, I cannot discover." The Sultan of the Indies was obliged to remain satisfied with this answer, which left him in the same uneasiness as before as to the prince's situation. To return to Prince Ahmed. He so often entertained the fairy Peri Banau with talking about his father, though without speaking any more of his desire to visit him, that she fully comprehended what he meant, and perceiving the restraint he put upon himself, and his fear of displeasing her after her first refusal, she inferred, from the repeated proofs he had given her, that his love for her was sincere, and judging by herself of the injustice she committed in opposing a son's tenderness for his father, and endeavouring to make him renounce that natural affection, she resolved to grant him the permission which she knew he so ardently desired. One day she said to him, "Prince, the request you made to be allowed to go and see the Sultan your father gave me apprehension that it was only a pretext to conceal inconstancy, and that was the sole motive of my refusal. But now, as I am fully convinced by your actions and words that I can depend on your honour and the fidelity of your love, I change my resolution, and grant you the permission you seek, on condition that you will first swear to me that your absence shall not be long. You ought not to be uneasy at this condition, as if I asked it out of distrust. I impose it only because I know that it will give you no concern, convinced, as I have already told you I am, of the sincerity of your love." Prince Ahmed would have thrown himself at the fairy's feet to show his gratitude, but she prevented him. "My sultaness," said he, "I am sensible of the great favour you grant me, but want words to express my thanks. Supply this defect, I conjure you, by your own feelings, and be persuaded I think much more. You may believe that the oath will give me no uneasiness, and I take it more willingly, since it is not possible for me to live without you. I go, but the haste I will make to return shall show you that it is not the fear of being forsworn, but my inclination, which is to live with you forever, that urges me. And if with your consent I now and then deprive myself of your society, I shall always avoid the pain a too long absence would occasion me." "Prince," replied Peri Banau, delighted with his sentiments, "go when you please, but do not take it amiss that I give you some advice how you shall conduct yourself. First, I do not think it proper for you to inform your father of our marriage, neither of my quality nor the place of our residence. Beg of him to be satisfied with knowing that you are happy, that you want nothing from him, and let him know that the sole end of your visit is to make him easy respecting your fate." Peri Banau then appointed 20 horsemen, well mounted and equipped, to attend him. When all was ready, Prince Ahmed took his leave of the fairy, embraced her, and renewed his promise to return soon. A charger, which was most richly caparisoned, and as beautiful a creature as any in the Sultan of the Indies stables, was brought to him, which he mounted with extraordinary grace, which gave great pleasure to the fairy, and after he had bidden her adieu, he set forward on his journey. As it was no great distance to his father's capital, Prince Ahmed soon arrived there. The people, rejoiced to see him again, received him with acclamations, and followed him in crowds to the palace. The Sultan received and embraced him with great joy, complaining at the same time with a fatherly tenderness of the affliction his long absence had occasioned, which, he said, was the more distressing, as fortune having decided in favor of Prince Ali his brother, he was afraid he might have committed some act of despair. "Sir," replied Prince Ahmed, "I leave it to your majesty to consider, if after having lost the Princess Nuranihar, who was the only object of my desires, I could bear to be a witness of Ali's happiness. If I had been capable of such unworthy apathy, what would the court and city have thought of my love, or what your majesty? Love is a passion we cannot suppress at our will. While it lasts, it rules and governs us in spite of our boasted reason. Your majesty knows that when I shot my arrow, the most extraordinary accident that ever befell mortal happened to me, for surely it was such, that in so large and level a plain as that where the horses are exercised, it should not be possible to find my arrow. I lost your decision in my favor, which was as much due to my love as to that of the princes my brothers. Though thus vanquished by the caprice of fate, I lost no time in vain complaints, but to satisfy my perplexed mind upon what I could not comprehend, I left my attendants and returned alone to look for my arrow. I sought all about the place where Hussein's and Ali's arrows were found, and where I imagined mine must have fallen, but all my labor was in vain. I was not discouraged, but continued my search in a direct line, and after this manner had gone above a league without being able to meet with anything like an arrow, when I reflected that it was not possible that mine should have flown so far. I stopped, and asked myself whether I was in my right senses, to flatter myself with having had strength to shoot an arrow so much farther than any of the strongest archers in the world were able to do. After I had argued thus with myself, I was ready to abandon my enterprise, but when on the point of putting my resolution in execution, I found myself drawn forward against my will, and after having gone 4 leagues, to that part of the plain where it is bounded by rocks, I perceived an arrow. I ran, took it up, and knew it to be the same which I had shot. Far from thinking your majesty had done me any injustice in declaring for my brother Ali, I interpreted what had happened to me quite otherwise, and never doubted there was a mystery in it to my advantage, the discovery of which I ought not to neglect, and which I found out without going from the spot. But as to this mystery, I beg your majesty will not be offended if I remain silent, and that you will be satisfied to know from my own mouth that I am happy and content with my fate. In the midst of my happiness, the only thing that troubled me, or was capable of disturbing me, was the uneasiness I feared your majesty would experience on account of my leaving the court, and your not knowing what was become of me. I thought it my duty to satisfy you in this point. This was the only motive which brought me hither. The only favor I ask of your majesty is to give me leave to come occasionally to pay you my duty, and inquire after your health." "Son," answered the Sultan of the Indies, "I cannot refuse you the permission you ask, but I should much rather you would resolve to stay with me. At least tell me where I may hear of you, if you should fail to come, or when I may think your presence necessary." "Sir," replied the prince, "what your majesty requires is part of the mystery I spoke of. I beg of you to allow me to remain silent on this head, for I shall come so frequently where my duty calls, that I am afraid I shall sooner be thought troublesome than be accused of negligence when my presence may be necessary." The Sultan of the Indies pressed Ahmed no more, but said to him, "Son, I wish to penetrate no farther into your secrets, but leave you at your liberty. I can only tell you that you could not have done me greater pleasure than by your presence, having restored to me the joy I have not felt for a long time, and that you shall always be welcome when you can come, without interrupting your business or your pleasure." Prince Ahmed stayed but 3 days at his father's court, and on the 4th returned to the fairy Peri Benau, who received him with the greater joy, as she did not expect him so soon. His expedition made her condemn herself for suspecting his want of fidelity. She never dissembled, but frankly owned her weakness to the prince, and asked his pardon. So perfect was the union of the 2 lovers that they had but one will. A month after Prince Ahmed's return from visiting his father, as the fairy had observed that since the time when he gave her an account of his journey, and his conversation with his father, in which he asked his permission to come and see him from time to time, he had never spoken of the Sultan, whereas before he was frequently mentioning him, she thought he forbore on her account, and therefore took an opportunity to say to him one day, "Tell me, Prince, have you forgotten the Sultan your father? Do not you remember the promise you made to pay your duty to him occasionally? I have not forgotten what you told me at your return, and put you in mind of it, that you may acquit yourself of your promise when you may feel inclined." "Madam," replied Ahmed, with equal animation, "as I know I am not guilty of the forgetfulness you lay to my charge, I rather choose to be thus reproached, however undeservedly, than expose myself to a refusal, by manifesting a desire for what it might have given you pain to grant." "Prince," said the fairy, "I would not have you in this affair have so much consideration for me, since it is a month since you have seen the Sultan your father. I think you should not be longer in renewing your visits. Pay him one tomorrow, and after that, go and visit once a month without speaking to me or waiting for my permission. I readily consent to such an arrangement." End of section 6. Recording by Tindra.
The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 7. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu, Part 4. Prince Ahmed went the next morning with the same attendants as before, but much more magnificently mounted, equipped, and dressed, and was received by the Sultan with the same joy and satisfaction. For several months he constantly paid him visits, and always in a richer and more brilliant equipage. At last the Sultan's favourites, who judged of Prince Ahmed's power by the splendour of his appearance, abused the privilege the Sultan accorded them of speaking to him with freedom, to make him jealous of his son. They represented that it was but common prudence to discover where the prince had retired, and how he could afford to live so magnificently, since he had no revenue assigned for his expenses, that he seemed to come to court only to insult him, by affecting to shew that he wanted nothing from his father to enable him to live like a prince, and that it was to be feared he might court the people's favour and dethrone him. The Sultan of the Indies was so far from thinking that Prince Ahmed could be capable of so wicked a design, that he said to them in displeasure, "You are mistaken. My son loves me, and I am the more assured of his tenderness and fidelity, as I have given him no reason to be disgusted." At these words one of the favourites took an opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, in the opinion of the most sensible people, could not have taken a better method than you did with the three princes, respecting their marriage with the Princess Nourinihar. But who knows whether Prince Ahmed has submitted to his fate with the same resignation as Prince Hussein? May not he imagine that he alone deserved her, and that your Majesty, by leaving the match to be decided by chance, has done him injustice? Your Majesty may say," added the malicious favourite, "that Prince Ahmed has manifested no appearance of dissatisfaction, that our fears are vain, that we are too easily alarmed, and are to blame in suggesting to you suspicions of this kind, which may perhaps be unfounded, against a prince of your blood. But, sir," pursued the favourite, "it may be also that these suspicions are well grounded. Your Majesty must be sensible that in so nice and important an affair you cannot be too much on your guard, and should take the safest course. Consider, it is the prince's interest to dissemble, amuse, and deceive you, and the danger is the greater, as he resides not far from your capital. And if your Majesty give but the same attention that we do, you may observe that every time he comes his attendants are different, their habits new, and their arms clean and bright, as if just come from the maker's hands, and their horses look as if they had only been walked out." These are sufficient proofs that Prince Ahmed does not travel far, so that we should think ourselves wanting in our duty did we not make our humble remonstrances, in order that, for your own preservation and the good of your people, your Majesty may take such measures as you shall think advisable." When the favorite had concluded these insinuations, the Sultan said, "I do not believe my son Ahmed is so wicked as you would persuade me he is. However, I am obliged to you for your advice, and do not doubt that it proceeds from good intention and loyalty to my person." The Sultan of the Indies said this, that his favorites might not know the impressions their observations had made on his mind. He was, however, so much alarmed by them, that he resolved to have Prince Ahmed watched unknown to his Grand Vizier. For this end, he sent for the sorceress, who was introduced by a private door into his closet. "You told me the truth," said he, "when you assured me my son Ahmed was alive, for which I am obliged to you. You must do me another kindness. I have seen him since, and he comes to my court every month. But I cannot learn from him where he resides, and do not wish to force his secret from him, but believe you are capable of satisfying my curiosity, without letting him or any of my court know anything of the discovery. You know that he is at this time with me, and usually departs without taking leave of me or any of my court. Place yourself immediately upon the road, and watch him so as to find out where he retires, and bring me information." The sorceress left the Sultan, and knowing the place where Prince Ahmed had found his arrow, went immediately thither, and concealed herself near the rocks so as not to be seen. The next morning Prince Ahmed set out by daybreak, without taking leave either of the Sultan or any of his court, according to custom. The sorceress, seeing him coming, followed him with her eyes, till suddenly she lost sight of him and his attendants. The steepness of the rocks formed an insurmountable barrier to men, whether on horseback or on foot, so that the sorceress judged that the prince retired either into some cavern or some subterraneous place, the abode of genies or fairies. When she thought the prince and his attendants must have far advanced into whatever concealment they inhabited, she came out of the place where she had hidden herself, and explored the hollow way where she had lost sight of them. She entered it, and proceeding to the spot where it terminated after many windings, looked carefully on all sides, but notwithstanding all her acuteness, she could perceive no opening, nor the iron gate which Prince Ahmed had discovered, for this door was to be seen by or opened to none but men, and only to those whose presence was agreeable to the fairy Peri Banu, but not at all to women. The sorceress, who saw it was in vain for her to search any farther, was obliged to be satisfied with the insufficient discovery she had made, and returned to communicate it to the Sultan. When she had told him what she had explored, she added, "Your Majesty may easily understand, after what I have had the honor to tell you, that it will be no difficult matter to obtain you the satisfaction you desire concerning Prince Ahmed's conduct. To do this, I only ask time, that you will have patience and give me leave to act, without inquiring what measures I design to take." The Sultan was pleased with the conduct of the sorceress, and said to her, "Do as you think fit. I will wait patiently the event of your promises." And to encourage her, he presented her with a diamond of great value, telling her it was only an earnest of the ample recompense she should receive when she should have performed the important service which he left to her management. As Prince Ahmed, after he had obtained the fairy Peri Banu's leave, never failed once a month to visit his father, the sorceress, knowing the time, went a day or two before to the foot of the rock where she had lost sight of him and his attendants, and waited there to execute the project she had formed. The next morning Prince Ahmed went out as usual at the iron gate, with the same attendants as before, passed the sorceress, and seeing her lie with her head on the rock, complaining as if she was in great pain, he pitied her, turned his horse, and asked what he could do to relieve her. The artful sorceress, without lifting up her head, looked at the prince in such a manner as to increase his compassion, and answered in broken accents and sighs, as if she could hardly breathe, that she was going to the city, but in the way was taken with so violent a fever that her strength failed her, and she was forced to stop and lie down where he saw her, far from any habitation, and without any hopes of assistance. "Good woman," replied the prince, "you are not so far from help as you imagine. I will assist you, and convey you where you shall not only have all possible care taken of you, but where you will find a speedy cure. Rise, and let one of my people take you behind him." At these words the sorceress, who pretended sickness only to explore where the prince resided, and his situation, did not refuse the charitable offer, and to shew her acceptance rather by her actions than her words, made many affected efforts to rise, pretending that the violence of her illness prevented her. At the same time, 2 of the prince's attendants, alighting, helped her up and placed her behind another. They mounted their horses again, and followed the prince, who turned back to the iron gate, which was opened by one of his retinue. When he came into the outward court of the fairy's palace, without dismounting himself, he sent to tell her he wanted to speak with her. The fairy came with all imaginable haste, not knowing what had made Prince Ahmed return so soon, who, not giving her time to ask, said, "My princess, I desire you would have compassion on this good woman," pointing to the sorceress, who was taken off the horse by 2 of his retinue. "I found her in the condition you see her, and promised her the assistance she requires. I recommend her to your care, and am persuaded that you, from inclination as well as my request, will not abandon her." The fairy, who had her eyes fixed on the pretended sick woman all the time the prince was speaking, ordered 2 of her women to take her from the men who supported her, conduct her into an apartment of the palace, and take as much care of her as they would of herself. Whilst the 2 women were executing the fairy's commands, she went up to Prince Ahmed, and whispering him in the ear, said, "Prince, I commend your compassion, which is worthy of you and your birth. I take great pleasure in gratifying your good intention. But permit me to tell you I am afraid it will be but ill rewarded. This woman is not so sick as she pretends to be, and I am much mistaken if she is not sent hither on purpose to occasion you great trouble. But do not be concerned. Let what will be devised against you. Be persuaded that I will deliver you out of all the snares that shall be laid for you. Go and pursue your journey." This address of the fairies did not in the least alarm Prince Ahmed. "My princess," said he, "as I do not remember I ever did, or designed to do any bodily injury, I cannot believe anyone can have a thought of injuring me. But if they have, I shall not forbear doing good whenever I have an opportunity." So saying, he took leave of the fairy and set forward again for his father's capital, where he soon arrived, and was received as usual by the Sultan, who constrained himself as much as possible to disguise the anxiety arising from the suspicions suggested by his favourites. In the meantime, the 2 women to whom Peri Banu had given her orders conveyed the sorceress into an elegant apartment, richly furnished. They first set her down upon a sofa, with her back supported by a cushion of gold brocade, while they made a bed on the same sofa, the quilt of which was finely embroidered with silk, the sheets of the finest linen, and the coverlid cloth of gold. When they had put her into bed, for the old sorceress pretended that her fever was so violent she could not help herself in the least, one of the women went out, and returned soon with a china cup in her hand, full of a certain liqueur, which she presented to the sorceress, while the other helped her to sit up. "Drink this," said the attendant. "It is the water of the Fountain of Lions, and a sovereign remedy against fevers. You will find the effect of it in less than an hour's time. The sorceress, the better to dissemble, took it, after a great deal of entreaty, as if she did it with reluctance. When she was laid down again, the two women covered her up. "Lie quiet," said she who brought her the china cup, "and get a little sleep if you can. We will leave you, and hope to find you perfectly recovered when we return an hour hence." The sorceress, who came not to act a sick part long, but to discover Prince Ahmed's retreat, being fully satisfied in what she wanted to know, would willingly have declared that the potion had then had its effect, so great was her desire to return to the Sultan, to inform him of the success of her commission. But as she had been told the potion did not operate immediately, she was forced to wait the women's return. The two women came again at the time they had mentioned, and found the sorceress seated on the sofa, who, when she saw them open the door of the apartment, cried out, "Oh, the admirable potion! It has wrought its cure much sooner than you told me it would, and I have waited with impatience to desire you to conduct me to your charitable mistress, to thank her for her kindness, for which I shall always feel obliged. But being thus cured as by a miracle, I would not lose time, but prosecute my journey." The two women, who were fairies as well as their mistress, after they had told the sorceress how glad they were that she was cured so soon, walked before her, and conducted her through several apartments, all more superb than that wherein she had lain, into a large hall, the most richly and magnificently furnished of all the palace. Peri Banou was seated in this hall, upon a throne of massive gold enriched with diamonds, rubies, and pearls of an extraordinary size, and attended on each hand by a great number of beautiful fairies, all richly dressed. At the sight of so much splendor, the sorceress was not only dazzled, but so struck, that after she had prostrated herself before the throne, she could not open her lips to thank the fairy, as she had proposed. However, Peri Banou saved her the trouble and said, "Good woman, I am glad I had the opportunity to oblige you, and that you are able to pursue your journey. I will not detain you, but perhaps you may not be displeased to see my palace. Follow my women, and they will shew it to you." The old sorceress, who had not power nor courage to say a word, prostrated herself a second time, with her head on the carpet that covered the foot of the throne, took her leave, and was conducted by the two fairies through the same apartments which were shewn to Prince Ahmed at his first arrival, and at sight of their uncommon magnificence she made frequent exclamations. But what surprised her most of all was that the two fairies told her that all she saw and so much admired was a mere sketch of their mistress's grandeur and riches, for that in the extent of her dominions she had so many palaces that they could not tell the number of them, all of different plans and architecture, but equally magnificent. In speaking of many other particulars, they led her at last to the iron gate at which Prince Ahmed had brought her in, and after she had taken her leave of them and thanked them for their trouble, they opened it and wished her a good journey. After the sorceress had gone a little way, she turned to observe the door, that she might know it again, but all in vain, for as was before observed, it was invisible to her and all other women. Except in this circumstance, she was very well satisfied with her success, and posted away to the Sultan. When she came to the capital, she went by many byways to the private door of the palace. The Sultan, being informed of her arrival, sent for her into his apartment, and perceiving a melancholy hang upon her countenance, thought she had not succeeded, and said to her, "By your looks I guess that your journey has been to no purpose, and that you have not made the discovery I expected from your diligence." "Sir," replied the sorceress, "your majesty must give me leave to represent that you ought not to judge by my looks whether or no I have acquitted myself well in the execution of the commands you were pleased to honor me with, but by the faithful report I shall make you of all that has happened to me, and by which you will find that I have not neglected any thing that could render me worthy of your approbation. The melancholy you observe proceeds from another cause than the want of success, which I hope your Majesty will have ample reason to be satisfied with. I do not tell you the cause. The relation I shall give will inform you. The sorceress now related to the Sultan of the Indies how, pretending to be sick, Prince Ahmed, compassionating her, had her carried into a subterraneous abode, and presented and recommended her to a fairy of incomparable beauty, desiring her by her care to restore her health. She then told him with how much condescension the fairy had immediately ordered 2 women to take care of her, and not to leave her till she was recovered, which great condescension, said she, could proceed from no other female, but from a wife to a husband. Afterwards the old sorceress failed not to dwell on her surprise at the front of the palace, which she said had not its equal for magnificence in the world. She gave a particular account of the care they took of her, after they had led her into an apartment, of the potion they made her drink, and of the quickness of her cure, which she had pretended as well as her sickness, though she doubted not the virtue of the draught. The majesty of the fairy, seated on a throne, brilliant with jewels, the value of which exceeded all the riches of the kingdom of the Indies, and all the other treasures beyond computation contained in that vast palace. Here the sorceress, finishing the relation of the success of her commission, and continuing her discourse, said, "What does your Majesty think of these unheard-of riches of the fairy? Perhaps you will say you are struck with admiration, and rejoice at the good fortune of Prince Ahmed, your son, who enjoys them in common with the fairy. For my part, sir, I beg of your Majesty to forgive me if I take the liberty to say that I think otherwise, and that I shudder when I consider the misfortunes which may happen to you from his present situation. And this is the cause of the melancholy, which I could not so well dissemble, but that you soon perceived it. I would believe that Prince Ahmed, by his own good disposition, is incapable of undertaking anything against your Majesty, but who can answer that the fairy, by her attractions and caresses, and the influence she has over him, may not inspire him with the unnatural design of dethroning your Majesty, and seizing the crown of the Indies? This is what your Majesty ought to consider as of the utmost importance." Though the Sultan of the Indies was persuaded that Prince Ahmed's natural disposition was good, yet he could not help being moved at the representations of the old sorceress, and said, "I thank you for the pains you have taken, and your wholesome caution. I am so sensible of its great importance that I shall take advice upon it." He was consulting with his favorites when he was told of the sorceress's arrival. He ordered her to follow him to them. He acquainted them with what he had learnt, communicated to them the reason he had to fear the fairy's influence over the prince, and asked them what measures they thought most proper to be taken to prevent so great a misfortune as might possibly happen. One of the favorites, taking upon himself to speak for the rest, said, "Your Majesty knows who must be the author of this mischief. In order to prevent it, now he is in your court, and in your power, you ought not to hesitate to put him under arrest. I will not say take away his life, for that would make too much noise, but make him a close prisoner." This advice all the other favorites unanimously applauded. The sorceress, who thought it too violent, asked the Sultan leave to speak, which being granted, she said, "I am persuaded it is the zeal of your counselors for your Majesty's interest that makes them propose arresting Prince Ahmed. But they will not take it amiss if I offer to you and their consideration that if you arrest the prince, you must also detain his retinue. But they are all genies. Do they think it will be so easy to surprise, seize, and secure their persons? Will they not disappear, by the property they possess of rendering themselves invisible, and transport themselves instantly to the fairy, and give her an account of the insult offered her husband? And can it be supposed she will let it go unrevenged? Would it not be better if, by any other means which might not make so great a noise, the Sultan could secure himself against any ill designs Prince Ahmed may have, and not involve his Majesty's honor? If His Majesty has any confidence in my advice, as genies and fairies can do things impracticable to men, he will rather trust Prince Ahmed's honor and engage him by means of the fairy to procure certain advantages, by flattering his ambition and at the same time narrowly watching him. For example, every time your Majesty takes the field, you are obliged to be at great expense, not only in pavilions and tents for yourself and the army, but likewise in mules and camels and other beasts of burden to carry their baggage. Request the prince to procure you a tent, which can be carried in a man's hand, but so large as to shelter your whole army. I need say no more to your Majesty. If the prince brings such a tent, you may make other demands of the same nature, so that at last he may sink under the difficulties and the impossibility of executing them, however fertile in means and inventions the fairy, who has enticed him from you by her enchantments, may be, so that in time he will be ashamed to appear, and will be forced to pass the rest of his life with the fairy, excluded from any commerce with this world, when your Majesty will have nothing to fear from him, and cannot be reproached with so detestable an action as the shedding of a son's blood, or confining him for life in a prison. When the sorceress had finished her speech, the Sultan asked his favorites if they had anything better to propose, and finding them all silent, determined to follow her advice as the most reasonable and most agreeable to his mild manner of government. End of Section 7.
4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 8. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu. Part 5. The next day, when the prince came into his father's presence, who was talking with his favorites, and had sat down by him after a conversation on different subjects, the Sultan, addressing himself to Prince Ahmed, said, "Son, when you came and dispelled those clouds of melancholy which your long absence had brought upon me, you made the place you had chosen for your retreat a mastery. I was satisfied with seeing you again, and knowing that you were content with your condition, sought not to penetrate into your secret, which I found you did not wish I should. I know not what reason you had thus to treat a father, whom ever was and still continues anxious for your happiness. I now know your good fortune. I rejoice with you, and much approve of your conduct in marrying a fairy so worthy of your love, and so rich and powerful as I am informed she is. Powerful as I am, it was not possible for me to have procured for you so great a match. Now you are raised to so high a rank as to be envied by all but a father. I not only desire to preserve the good understanding which has hitherto subsisted between us, but request that you will use your influence with your wife, to obtain her assistance when I may want it. I will therefore make a trial of your interest this day. You are not insensible at what a great expense, not to say trouble, to my generals, officers, and myself, every time I take the field they provide tents, mules, camels, and other beasts of burden to carry them. If you consider the pleasure you would do me, I am persuaded you could easily procure from the fairy a pavilion that might be carried in a man's hand, and which would extend over my whole army, especially when you let her know it is for me. Though it may be a difficult thing to procure, she will not refuse you. All the world knows fairies are capable of executing most extraordinary undertakings." Prince Ahmed never expected that the Sultan his father would have made a demand like this, which appeared to him so difficult, not to say impossible. Though he knew not absolutely how great the power of genii and fairies was, he doubted whether it extended so far as to furnish such a tent as his father desired. Moreover, he had never asked anything of the fairy Peri Banu, but was satisfied with the continual proofs she had given him of her passion, and had neglected nothing to persuade her that his heart perfectly corresponded without any views beyond maintaining himself in her good graces. He was therefore in the greatest embarrassment what answer to make. At last he replied, "If, sir, I have concealed from your majesty what has happened to me, and what course I took after finding my arrow, the reason was that I thought it of no great importance to you to be informed of such circumstances. And though I know not how this mystery has been revealed to you, I cannot deny but your information is correct. I have married the fairy you speak of. I love her, and am persuaded she loves me in return. I can say nothing as to the influence your majesty believes I have over her. It is what I have not yet proved, nor thought of trying, but could wish you would dispense with my making the experiment, and let me enjoy the happiness of loving and being beloved, with all that disinterestedness I had proposed to myself. However, the demand of a father is a command upon every child, who, like me, thinks it is his duty to obey him in everything. And though it is with the greatest reluctance, I will not fail to ask my wife the favor your majesty desires, but cannot promise you to obtain it. And if I should not have the honor to come again to pay you my respects, it will be the sign that I have not been able to succeed in my request. But beforehand, I desire you to forgive me, and consider that you yourself have reduced me to this extremity. Son, replied the Sultan of the Indies, I should be sorry that what I ask should oblige you to deprive me of the gratification of seeing you as usual. I find you do not know the power a husband has over a wife, and yours would show that her love to you was very slight if, with the power she possesses as a fairy, she should refuse so trifling a request as that I have begged you to make. Lay aside your fears, which proceed from your believing yourself not to be loved so well as you love her. Go, only ask her. You will find the fairy loves you better than you imagine, and remember that people, for want of requesting, often lose great advantages. Think with yourself, that as you love her, you could refuse her nothing. Therefore, if she loves you, she will not deny your requests. All these representations of the Sultan of the Indies could not satisfy Prince Ahmed, who would rather he had asked anything else than, as he supposed, one must expose him to the hazard of displeasing his beloved Peri Banu. And so great was his vexation that he left the court 2 days sooner than he used to. When he returned, the fairy, to whom he always before had appeared with a gay countenance, asked him the cause of the alteration she perceived in his looks, and finding that instead of answering he inquired after her health to avoid satisfying her, she said to him, "I will answer your question when you have answered mine." The prince declined a long time, protesting that nothing was the matter with him. But the more he denied, the more she pressed him, and said, "I cannot bear to see you thus. Tell me what makes you uneasy, that I may remove the cause, whatever it may be. For it must be very extraordinary if it is out of my power, unless it be the death of the Sultan your father. In that case, time, with all that I will contribute on my part, can alone comfort you." Prince Ahmed could not long withstand the pressing instances of the fairy. "Madam," said he, "God prolong the Sultan my father's life, and bless him to the end of his days. I left him alive and in perfect health, therefore that is not the cause of the melancholy you perceive in me. The Sultan, however, is the occasion of it, and I am the more concerned because he has imposed upon me the disagreeable necessity of importuning you. You know the care I have at your desire taken to conceal from him the happiness I have enjoyed in living with you, and of having received the pledge of your faith after having pledged my love to you. How he has been informed of it I cannot tell." Here the fairy interrupted Prince Ahmed and said, "But I know. Remember what I told you of the woman who made you believe she was sick, on whom you took so much compassion. It is she who has acquainted your father with what you have taken so much care to hide from him. I told you that she was no more sick than you or I, and she has made it appear so, for, in short, after the 2 women whom I charged to take care of her had given her the water sovereign against all fevers, but which, however, she had no occasion for, she pretended that it had cured her, and was brought to take her leave of me, that she might go the sooner to give an account of the success of her undertaking. She was in so much haste that she would have gone away without seeing my palace if I had not, by bidding my 2 women show it to her, given her to understand that it was worth her seeing. But proceed and tell me what is the necessity your father has imposed on you to be so importunate, which, be persuaded, however, you can never be to your affectionate wife." "Madam," pursued Prince Ahmed, "you have observed that hitherto I have been content with your love, and have never asked you any other favor. For what, after the possession of so amiable a wife, can I desire more? I know how great your power is, but I have taken care not to make proof of it to please myself. Consider, then, I conjure you, that it is not myself but the Sultan my father who, indiscreetly, as I think, asks of you a pavilion large enough to shelter him, his court, and army from the violence of the weather when he takes the field, and which a man may carry in his hand. Once more, remember, it is not I, but the Sultan my father who asks this favor."
Prince," replied the fairy, smiling, "I am so sorry that so trifling a matter should disturb and make you so uneasy as you appear. I see plainly two things have contributed towards it. One is the law you have imposed on yourself, to be content with loving me, being loved by me, and deny yourself the liberty of soliciting the least favor that might try my power. The other, I do not doubt, whatever you may say, was that you thought that what your father asked was out of my power. As to the first, I commend you, and shall love you the better, if possible, for it. And for the second, I must tell you that what the Sultan your father requests is a trifle, as upon occasion I can do him more important service. Therefore be easy in your mind, and persuaded that far from thinking myself importuned, I shall always take real pleasure in performing whatever you can desire."
Peri Banu then sent for her treasurer, to whom, when she came, she said,
"Nur Jahan,
which was her name,
bring me the largest pavilion in my treasury."
Nur Jahan returned presently with a pavilion, which could not only be held, but concealed in the palm of the hand when it was closed, and presented it to her mistress, who gave it Prince Ahmed to look at. When Prince Ahmed saw the pavilion which the fairy called the largest in her treasury, he fancied she had a mind to banter him, and his surprise soon appeared in his countenance, which Peri Banu perceiving, she burst out a-laughing.
"What, Prince," cried she, "do you think I jest with you? You will see that I am in earnest." "Nur Jahan," said she to her treasurer, taking the tent out of Prince Ahmed's hands, "go and set it up, that he may judge whether the Sultan his father will think it large enough."
The treasurer went out immediately with it from the palace, and carried it to such a distance that, when she had set it up, one end reached to the palace. The prince, so far from thinking it small, found it large enough to shelter 2 armies as numerous as that of the Sultan his father, and then said to Peri Banu, "I ask my princess 1,000 pardons for my incredulity. After what I have seen, I believe there is nothing impossible to you."
"You see," said the fairy, "that the pavilion is larger than your father may have occasion for, but you are to observe that it has one property that becomes larger or smaller according to the extent of the army it is to cover, without applying any hands to it."
The treasurer took down the tent again, reduced it to its first size, brought it and put it into the prince's hands. He took it, and without staying longer than till the next day, mounted his horse, and went with the usual attendants to the Sultan his father. The Sultan, who was persuaded that such a tent as he had asked for was beyond all possibility, was in great surprise at the prince's speedy return. He took the tent, but after he had admired its smallness, his amazement was so great that he could not recover himself when he had set it up in the great plain before mentioned, and found it large enough to shelter an army twice as large as he could bring into the field. Regarding this excess in its dimension as what might be troublesome in the use, Prince Ahmed told him that its size would always be proportionable to his army. To outward appearance, the Sultan expressed great obligation to the prince for so noble a present, desiring him to return his thanks to the fairy, and to show what a value he had set upon it, ordered it to be carefully laid up in his treasury. But within himself he felt greater jealousy than his flatterers and the sorceress had suggested to him, considering that, by the fairy's assistance, the prince his son might perform things infinitely above his own power, notwithstanding his greatness and riches. Therefore, more intent upon his ruin, he went to consult the sorceress again, who advised him to engage the prince to bring him some of the water of the Fountain of Lions. In the evening, when the Sultan was surrounded as usual by all his court, and the prince came to pay his respects among the rest, he addressed himself to him in these words: "Son, I have already expressed to you how much I am obliged for the present of the tent you have procured me, which I esteem the most valuable curiosity in my treasury. But you must do one thing more, which will be no less agreeable to me. I am informed that the fairy, your spouse, makes use of a certain water, called the water of the Fountain of Lions, which cures all sorts of fevers, even the most dangerous. And as I am perfectly well persuaded my health is dear to you, I do not doubt that you will ask her for a bottle of that water, and bring it to me, as a sovereign remedy, which I may use as I have occasion. Do me this important service, and complete the duty of a good son towards a tender father." Prince Ahmed, who believed that the Sultan his father would have been satisfied with so singular and useful a tent as that which he had brought, and that he would not have imposed any new task upon him which might hazard the fairy's displeasure, was thunderstruck at this new request, notwithstanding the assurance she had given him of granting him whatever lay in her power. After a long silence, he said, "I beg of your majesty to be assured that there is nothing I would not undertake to procure which may contribute to the prolonging of your life. but I could wish it might not be by the means of my wife. For this reason I dare not promise to bring the water. All I can do is to assure you I will request it of her, but it will be with as great reluctance as I asked for the tent." The next morning Prince Ahmed returned to the fairy Peri Banu, and related to her sincerely and faithfully all that had passed at his father's court, from the giving of the tent, which he told her he received with the utmost gratitude, to the new request he had charged him to make. He added, "But, my princess, I only tell you this as a plain account of what passed between me and my father. I leave you to your own pleasure whether you will gratify or reject this his new desire. It shall be as you please."
"No, no," replied the fairy. "I am glad that the Sultan of the Indies knows that you are not indifferent to me. I will satisfy him, and whatever advice the sorceress may give him, for I see that he hearkens to her counsel, he shall find no fault with you or me. There is much wickedness in this demand, as you will understand by what I am going to tell you. The Fountain of Lions is situated in the middle of a court of a great castle, the entrance into which is guarded by 4 fierce lions, 2 of which sleep alternately, while the other 2 are awake. But let not that frighten you. I will supply you with the means to pass by them without danger."
The fairy Peri Banu was at that time at work with her needle, and as she had by her several clues of thread, she took up one, and presenting it to Prince Ahmed, said,
"First, take this clue of thread. I will tell you presently the use of it. In the second place, you must have 2 horses. One you must ride yourself, and the other you must lead, which must be loaded with a sheep cut into 4 quarters, that must be killed today. In the third place, you must be provided with a bottle, which I will give you, to bring the water in. Set out early tomorrow morning, and when you have passed the iron gate, throw before you the clue of thread, which will roll till it reaches the gates of the castle. Follow it, and when it stops, as the gates will be open, you will see the 4 lions. The 2 that are awake will, by their roaring, wake the other 2. Be not alarmed, but throw each of them a quarter of the sheep, and then clap spurs to your horse, and ride to the fountain. Fill your bottle without alighting, and return with the same expedition. The lions will be so busy eating, they will let you pass unmolested."
Prince Ahmed set out the next morning at the time appointed him by the fairy, and followed her directions punctually. When he arrived at the gates of the castle, he distributed the quarters of the sheep among the 4 lions, and passing through the midst of them with intrepidity, got to the fountain, filled his bottle, and returned safe. When he had got a little distance from the castle gates, he turned about, and perceiving 2 of the lions coming after him, drew his sabre, and prepared himself for defense. But as he went forwards, he saw one of them turn out of the road at some distance, and showed by his head and tail that he did not come to do him any harm, but only to go before him, and that the other stayed behind to follow. He therefore put his sword again into its scabbard. Guarded in this manner, he arrived at the capital of the Indies, but the lions never left him till they had conducted him to the gates of the Sultan's palace, after which they returned the way they had come, though not without alarming the populace, who fled or hid themselves to avoid them, notwithstanding they walked gently, and showed no signs of fierceness. A number of officers came to attend the prince while he dismounted, and conduct him to the Sultan's apartment, who was at that time conversing with his favorites. He approached the throne, laid the bottle at the Sultan's feet, kissed the rich carpet which covered the footstool, and rising, said, "I have brought you, sir, the salutary water which your majesty so much desired to store up among other rarities in your treasury, but at the same time wish you such health as never to have occasion to make use of it." After the prince had concluded his compliment, the Sultan placed him on his right hand, and said, "Son, I am much obliged to you for this valuable present, as also for the great danger you have exposed yourself to on my account, which I have been informed of by the sorceress who knows the Fountain of Lions. But do me the pleasure," continued he, "to inform me by what address, or rather by what incredible power, you have been preserved." "Sir," replied Prince Ahmed, "I have no share in the compliment your majesty is pleased to make me. All the honor is due to the fairy, my spouse, and I take no other merit than that of having followed her advice." Then he informed the Sultan what that advice was, by the relation of his expedition, and how he had conducted himself. When he had done, the Sultan, who showed outwardly all the demonstrations of joy but secretly became more and more jealous, retired into an inward apartment, whence he sent for the sorceress. The sorceress, on her arrival, saved the Sultan the trouble of telling her of the success of Prince Ahmed's journey, which she had heard before she came, and therefore was prepared with a new request. This she communicated to the Sultan, who declared it the next day to the prince in the midst of all his courtiers in these words: "Son, I have one thing yet to ask of you, after which I shall expect nothing more from your obedience, nor your interest with your wife. This request is, to bring me a man not above 1.5 feet high, whose beard is 30 feet long, who carries upon his shoulders a bar of iron of 500 weight, which he uses as a quarterstaff, and who can speak." Prince Ahmed, who did not believe that there was such a man in the world as his father had described, would gladly have excused himself, but the Sultan persisted in his demand, and told him the fairy could do more incredible things. Next day the prince returned to the subterraneous kingdom of Peri Banu, to whom he related his father's new demand, which he said he looked upon to be a thing more impossible than the two first. "For," added he, "I cannot imagine that there is or can be such a man in the world. Without doubt he has a mind to try whether I am silly enough to search, or if there is such a man, he seeks my ruin. In short, how can we suppose that I should lay hold of a man so small, armed as he describes? What arms can I use to reduce him to submission? If there are any means, I beg you will tell me how I may come off with honor this time also." "Do not alarm yourself, Prince," replied the fairy. "You ran a risk in fetching the water of the fountain of the lions for your father, but there is no danger in finding this man. It is my brother Scheherazade, who is so far from being like me, though we both had the same father, that he is of so violent a nature that nothing can prevent his giving bloody marks of his resentment for a slight offense. Yet, on the other hand, is so liberal as to oblige anyone in whatever they desire. He is made exactly as the Sultan your father has described him, and has no other arms than a bar of iron of 500 pounds weight, without which he never stirs, and which makes him respected. I will send for him, and you shall judge the truth of what I tell you, but prepare yourself not to be alarmed at his extraordinary figure." "What? My queen," replied Prince Ahmed, "do you say Scheherazade is your brother? Let him be ever so ugly or deformed, I shall be so far from being frightened at his appearance that I shall love and honor him, and consider him as my nearest relation." The fairy ordered a gold chafing dish to be set with a fire in it under the porch of her palace, with a box of the same metal. Out of the latter she took some incense, and threw it into the fire, when there arose a thick cloud of smoke. Some moments after, the fairy said to Prince Ahmed, "Prince, there comes my brother. Do you see him?" The prince immediately perceived Scheherazade, who was but 1.5 feet high, coming gravely with his heavy bar on his shoulder, his beard 30 feet long, which supported itself before him, and a pair of thick moustaches in proportion, tucked up to his ears, and almost covering his face. His eyes were very small, like a pig's, and deep sunk in his head, which was of an enormous size, and on which he wore a pointed cap. Besides all this, he had a hump behind and before. If Prince Ahmed had not known that Scheherazade was Peri Banu's brother, he would not have been able to behold him without fear. But knowing who he was, he waited for him with the fairy, and received him without the least concern. Scheherazade, as he came forward, looked at the prince with an eye that would have chilled his soul in his body, and asked Peri Banu, when he first accosted her, who that man was. To which she replied, "He is my husband, brother. His name is Ahmed. He is a son of the Sultan of the Indies. The reason why I did not invite you to my wedding was I was unwilling to divert you from the expedition you were engaged in, and from which I heard with pleasure you returned victorious. On his account, I have taken the liberty now to call for you." At these words, Scheherazade, looking at Prince Ahmed with a favorable eye, which, however, diminished neither his fierceness nor savage look, said,
"Is there anything, sister, where I can serve him? He has only to speak. It is enough for me that he is your husband, to engage me to do for him whatever he desires."
"The Sultan, his father," replied Peri Banu, "has a curiosity to see you, and I desire he may be your guide to the Sultan's court."
"He needs but lead the way. I will follow him," replied Scheherazade.
"Brother,"
resumed Peri Banu,
"it is too late to go today, therefore stay till tomorrow morning. And in the meantime, as it is fit you should know all that has passed between the Sultan of the Indies and Prince Ahmed since our marriage, I will inform you this evening."
The next morning, after Scheherazade had been informed of all that was proper for him to know, he set out with Prince Ahmed, who was to present him to the Sultan. When they arrived at the gates of the capital, the people, as soon as they saw Scheherazade, ran and hid themselves in their shops and houses, shutting their doors, while others, taking to their heels, communicated their fear to all they met, who stayed not to look behind them, insomuch that Scheherazade and the Prince Ahmed, as they went along, found all the streets and squares desolate, till they came to the palace, where the porters, instead of preventing Scheherazade from entering, ran away too, so that the prince and he advanced without any obstacle to the council hall, where the Sultan was seated on his throne and giving audience. Here, likewise, the officers, at the approach of Scheherazade, abandoned their posts, and gave them free admittance. Scheherazade, carrying his head erect, went fiercely up to the throne, without waiting to be presented by Prince Ahmed, and accosted the Sultan of the Indies in these words.
"You have asked for me,"
said he.
"See, here I am. What would you have with me?"
The Sultan, instead of answering, clapped his hands before his eyes, and turned away his head to avoid the sight of so terrible an object. Scheherazade was so provoked at this uncivil and rude reception, after he had given him the trouble to come so far, that he instantly lifted up his iron bar, saying,
"Speak, then."
Let it fall on his head, and killed him, before Prince Ahmed could intercede on his behalf. All that he could do was to prevent his killing the Grand Vizier, who sat not far from him on his right hand, representing to him that he had always given the Sultan his father good advice.
"These are they, then,"
said Scheherazade,
"who gave him bad."
and as he pronounced these words, he killed all the other viziers on the right and left, flatterers and favorites of the Sultan, who were Prince Ahmed's enemies. Every time he struck, he crushed someone or other, and none escaped but those who, not rendered motionless by fear, saved themselves by flight. When this terrible execution was over, Scheherazade came out of the council hall into the courtyard with the iron bar upon his shoulder, and looking at the Grand Vizier, who owed his life to Prince Ahmed, said,
"I know there is here a certain sorceress, who is a greater enemy of the prince my brother-in-law than all those base favorites I have chastised. Let her be brought to me immediately."
The Grand Vizier instantly sent for her, and as soon as she was brought, Scheherazade, knocking her down with his iron bar, said,
"Take the reward of thy pernicious counsel, and learn to feign sickness again."
He left her dead on the spot. After this, he said,
"This is not yet enough. I will treat the whole city in the same manner if they do not immediately acknowledge Prince Ahmed, my brother-in-law, as Sultan of the Indies."
Then all who were present made the air ring with the repeated acclamations of, "Long life to Sultan Ahmed!" And immediately after, he was proclaimed through the whole metropolis. Scheherazade caused him to be clothed in the royal vestments, installed him on the throne, and after he had made all swear homage and fidelity, returned to his sister Peri Banu, whom he brought with great pomp, and made her to be owned Sultaness of the Indies. As for Prince Ali and Princess Nouronihar, as they had no concern in the conspiracy, Prince Ahmed assigned them a considerable province, with its capital, where they spent the rest of their lives. Afterwards, he sent an officer to Hossein, to acquaint him with the change, and make him an offer of any province he might choose. But that prince thought himself so happy in his solitude that he desired the officer to return to his brother thanks for the kindness he designed him, assuring him of his submission, but that the only favor he desired was to be indulged with leave to live retired in the place he had chosen for his retreat. End of Section 8.
Vol.4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 9. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 1. There was an emperor of Persia named Khusru Shah, who when he first came to his crown, in order to obtain a knowledge of affairs, took great pleasure in night adventures, attended by a trusty minister. He often walked in disguise through the city, and met with many adventures. After the ceremonies of his father's funeral rites and his own inauguration were over, the new sultan, as well from inclination as duty, went out one evening attended by his Grand Vizier, disguised like himself, to observe what was transacting in the city. As he was passing through a street in that part of the town inhabited only by the meaner sort, he heard some people talking very loud, and going close to the house whence the noise proceeded, and looking through a crack in the door, perceived a light and 3 sisters sitting on a sofa, conversing together after supper. By what the eldest said, he presently understood the subject of their conversation was wishes. "For," she said, "since we have got upon wishes, mine shall be to have the Sultan's baker for my husband, for then I shall eat my fill of that bread, which by way of excellence is called the Sultan's. Let us see if your tastes are as good as mine." "For my part," replied the second sister, "I wish I was wife to the Sultan's chief cook, for then I should eat of the most excellent dishes, and as I am persuaded that the Sultan's bread is common in the palace, I should not want any of that. Therefore you see," addressing herself to her elder sister, "that I have a better taste than you." The youngest sister, who was very beautiful and had more charms and wit than the two elder, spoke in her turn. "For my part, sisters," said she, "I shall not limit my desires to such trifles, but take a higher flight. And since we are upon wishing, I wish to be the Emperor's queen consort. I would make him father of a prince, whose hair should be gold on one side of his head and silver on the other. When he cried, the tears from his eyes should be pearl, and when he smiled, his vermilion lips should look like a rosebud fresh blown." The three sisters' wishes, particularly that of the youngest, seemed so singular to the Sultan that he resolved to gratify them in their desires. But without communicating his design to his Grand Vizier, he charged him only to take notice of the house and bring the three sisters before him the following day. The Grand Vizier, in executing the Emperor's orders, would but just give the sisters time to dress themselves to appear before him, without telling them the reason. He brought them to the palace and presented them to the Emperor, who said to them, "Do you remember the wishes you expressed last night when you were all in so pleasant a mood? Speak the truth. I must know what they were." At these unexpected words of the Emperor, the three sisters were much confounded. They cast down their eyes and blushed, and the color which rose in the cheeks of the youngest quite captivated the Emperor's heart. Modesty and fear lest they might have offended the Emperor by their conversation kept them silent. The Emperor, perceiving their confusion, said to encourage them, "Fear nothing. I did not send for you to distress you. And since I see that is the effect of the question I asked, without my intending it, as I know the wish of each, I will relieve you from your fears. You," he added, "who wish to be my wife, shall have your desire this day. And you," continued he, addressing himself to the two elder sisters, "shall also be married to my chief baker and cook." As soon as the Sultan declared his pleasure, the youngest sister, setting her eldest an example, threw herself at the Emperor's feet to express her gratitude. "Sir," said she, "my wish, since it has come to your Majesty's knowledge, was expressed only in the way of conversation and amusement. I am unworthy of the honor you do me, and supplicate your pardon for my presumption." The two other sisters would have excused themselves also, but the Emperor, interrupting them, said, "No, no, it shall be as I have declared. Everyone's wish shall be fulfilled." The nuptials were all celebrated that day, as the Emperor had resolved, but in a different manner. The youngest sisters were solemnized with all the rejoicings usual of the marriages of the emperors of Persia, and those of the two sisters according to the quality and distinction of their husbands, the one as the Sultan's chief baker, and the other as head cook. The two elder felt strongly the disproportion of their marriages to that of their younger sister. This consideration made them far from being content, though they were arrived at the utmost height of their late wishes, and much beyond their hopes. They gave themselves up to an excess of jealousy, which not only disturbed their joy, but was the cause of great troubles and afflictions to the queen consort, their younger sister. They had not an opportunity to communicate their thoughts to each other on the preference the Emperor had given her, but were altogether employed in preparing themselves for the celebration of their marriages. Some days afterwards, when they had an opportunity of seeing each other at the public baths, the eldest said to the other, "Well, what say you to our sister's great fortune? Is not she a fine person to be queen?" "I must own," said the other sister, "I cannot conceive what charms the Emperor could discover to be so bewitched by the young gypsy. Was it a reason sufficient for him not to cast his eyes on you, because she was somewhat younger? You were as worthy of his bed, and in justice he ought to have preferred you." "Sister," said the elder, "I should not have regretted if his Majesty had but pitched upon you, but that he should choose that hussy really grieves me. But I will revenge myself, and you, I think, are as much concerned as me. Therefore I propose that we should contrive measures, and act in concert in a common cause. Communicate to me what you think the likeliest way to mortify her, while I, on my side, will inform you what my desire of revenge shall suggest to me." After this wicked agreement, the two sisters saw each other frequently, and consulted how they might disturb and interrupt the happiness of the queen. They proposed a great many ways, but in deliberating about the manner of executing them, found so many difficulties that they durst not attempt them. In the meantime, they often went together to make her visits with a detestable dissimulation, and every time showed her all the marks of affection they could devise, to persuade her how overjoyed they were to have a sister raised to so high a fortune. The queen, on her part, constantly received them with all the demonstrations of esteem they could expect from a sister who was not puffed up with her high dignity, and loved them as cordially as before. Some months after her marriage, the queen found herself to be with child. The emperor expressed great joy, which was communicated to all the court, and spread throughout the empire of Persia. Upon this news the two sisters came to pay their compliments, and proffered their service to deliver her, desiring her, if not provided with a midwife, to accept of them. The queen said to them most obligingly, "Sisters, I should desire nothing more, if it was absolutely in my power to make the choice. I am, however, obliged to you for your goodwill, but must submit to what the emperor shall order on this occasion. Let your husbands employ their friends to make interest, and get some courtier to ask this favor of his majesty. And if he speaks to me about it, be assured that I shall not only express the pleasure he does me, but thank him for making choice of you." The two husbands applied themselves to some courtiers their patrons, and begged of them to use their interest to procure their wives the honor they aspired to. Those patrons exerted themselves so much in their behalf that the emperor promised them to consider of the matter, and was as good as his word. For in conversation with the queen he told her that he thought her sisters were the most proper persons to assist her in her labor, but would not name them before he had asked her consent. The queen, sensible of the deference the emperor so obligingly paid her, said to him, "Sir, I was prepared to do as your majesty might please to command, but since you have been so kind as to think of my sisters, I thank you for the regard you have shown them for my sake, and therefore I shall not dissemble that I had rather have them than strangers." The emperor named the queen's two sisters to be her midwives, and from that time they went frequently to the palace, overjoyed at the opportunity they should have of executing the detestable wickedness they had meditated against the queen. When the queen's time was up, she safely delivered of a young prince as bright as the day, but neither his innocence nor beauty could move the cruel hearts of the merciless sisters. They wrapped him up carelessly in his cloths, and put him into a basket, which they abandoned to the stream of a small canal that ran under the queen's apartment, and declared that she was delivered of a little dead dog which they produced. This disagreeable intelligence was announced to the emperor, who became so angry at the circumstance that he was likely to have occasioned the queen's death, if his grand vizier had not represented to him that he could not, without injustice, make her answerable for the caprices of nature. In the meantime, the basket in which the little prince was exposed was carried by the stream beyond a wall, which bounded the prospect of the queen's apartment, and from thence floated with the current down the gardens. By chance the intendant of the emperor's gardens, one of the principal and most considerable officers of the kingdom, was walking in the garden by the side of this canal, and perceiving a basket floating, called to a gardener who was not far off to bring it to shore that he might see what it contained. The gardener, with a rake which he had in his hand, drew the basket to the side of the canal, took it up, and gave it to him. The intendant of the gardens was extremely surprised to see in the basket a child, which, though he knew it could be but just born, had very fine features. This officer had been married several years, but though he had always been desirous of having children, heaven had never blessed him with any. This accident interrupted his walk. He made the gardener follow him with the child, and when he came to his own house, which was situated at the entrance into the gardens of the palace, went into his wife's apartment. "Wife," said he, "as we have no children of our own, God has sent us one. I recommend him to you. Provide him a nurse, and take as much care of him as if he were our own son, for from this moment I acknowledge him as such." The intendant's wife received the child with great joy, and took particular pleasure in the care of him. The intendant himself would not inquire too narrowly whence the child came. He saw plainly it came not far off the queen's apartment, but it was not his business to examine too closely into what had passed, nor to create disturbances in a place where peace was so necessary. The following year the queen consort was brought to bed of another prince, on whom the unnatural sisters had no more compassion than on his brother, but exposed him likewise in a basket, and set him adrift in the canal, pretending this time that the sultaness was delivered of a cat. It was happy also for this child that the intendant of the gardens was walking by the canal side, who had it carried to his wife, and charged her to take as much care of it as of the former, which was as agreeable to her inclination as it was to that of the intendant. The Emperor of Persia was more enraged this time against the queen than before, and she had felt the effects of his anger if the Grand Vizier's remonstrances had not prevailed. The third time the queen lay in, she was delivered of a princess, which innocent babe underwent the same fate as the princes her brothers. For the two sisters, being determined not to desist from their detestable schemes till they had seen the queen their younger sister at least cast off, turned out, and humbled, exposed this infant also on the canal. But the princess, as well as the two princes her brothers, was preserved from death by the compassion and charity of the intendant of the gardens. To this inhumanity the two sisters added a lie and deceit as before. They produced a piece of wood, and affirmed it to be a false birth of which the queen had been delivered. Khusru Shah could no longer contain himself. When he was informed of the new extraordinary birth, "What?" he said. "This woman, unworthy of my bed, will fill my palace with monsters if I let her live any longer. No, it shall not be. She is a monster herself, and I must rid the world of her." He pronounced sentence of death, and ordered the Grand Vizier to see it executed. The Grand Vizier and the courtiers who were present cast themselves at the Emperor's feet to beg of him to revoke the sentence. "Your Majesty, I hope, will give me leave," said the Grand Vizier, "to represent to you that the laws which condemn persons to death were made to punish crimes. The 3 extraordinary labors of the Queen are not crimes, for in what can she be said to have contributed towards them? Many other women have had, and have the same every day, and are to be pitied, but not punished. Your Majesty may abstain from seeing her, but let her live. The affliction in which she will spend the rest of her life after the loss of your favor will be a punishment sufficiently distressing." The Emperor of Persia considered with himself, and reflecting that it was unjust to condemn the Queen to death for what had happened, said, "Let her live then, I will spare her life, but it shall be on this condition, that she shall desire to die more than once every day. Let a wooden shed be built for her at the gate of the principal mosque, with iron bars to the windows, and let her be put into it in the coarsest habit, and every Mussulman that shall go into the mosque to prayers shall spit in her face. If anyone fail, I will have him exposed to the same punishment. And that I may be punctually obeyed, I charge you, Vizier, to appoint persons to see this done." The Emperor pronounced his sentence in such a tone that the Grand Vizier did not further remonstrate, and it was executed to the great satisfaction of the 2 envious sisters. A shed was built, and the Queen, truly worthy of compassion, was put into it, and exposed ignominiously to the contempt of the people, which usage, as she did not deserve it, she bore with a patient resignation that excited the admiration as well as the compassion of those who judged of things better than the vulgar. The 2 princes and the princess were in the meantime nursed and brought up by the intendant of the gardens and his wife with all the tenderness of a father and a mother. And as they advanced in age, they all showed marks of superior dignity, but the princess in particular, which discovered itself every day by their docility and inclinations above trifles, different from those of common children, and by a certain air which could only belong to exalted birth. All this increased the affections of the intendant and his wife, who called the eldest prince Bahman, and the second Perviz, both of them names of the most ancient emperors of Persia, and the princess Scheherazade, which name also had been borne by several queens and princesses of the kingdom. As soon as the 2 princes were old enough, the intendant provided proper masters to teach them to read and write, and the princess their sister, who was often with them, showing a great desire to learn, the intendant, pleased with her quickness, employed the same master to teach her also. Her emulation, vivacity, and piercing wit made her in a little time as great a proficient as her brothers. From that time the brothers and sister had the same masters in geography, poetry, history, and even the secret sciences, and made so wonderful a progress that their tutors were amazed, and frankly owned that they could teach them no farther. At the hours of recreation the princess learned to sing and play upon all sorts of instruments, and when the princes were learning to ride, she would not permit them to have an advantage over her, but went through all the exercises with them, learning to ride also, to bend the bow, and dart the reed or javelin, and oftentimes outdid them in the race, and other contests of agility. The intendant of the gardens was so overjoyed to find his adopted children so accomplished in all the perfections of body and mind, and that they so well requited the expense he had been at in their education, that he resolved to be at a still greater, for as he had till then been content only with his lodge at the entrance of the garden, and kept no country house, he purchased a country seat at a short distance from the city, surrounded by a large tract of arable land, meadows, and woods. As the house was not sufficiently handsome nor convenient, he pulled it down, and spared no expense in building a mansion more magnificent. He went every day to hasten by his presence the great number of workmen he employed, and as soon as there was an apartment ready to receive him, passed several days together there when his presence was not necessary at court. And by the same exertions the interior was furnished in the richest manner, answerably to the magnificence of the edifice. Afterwards he made gardens, according to a plan drawn by himself. He took in a large extent of ground, which he walled round and stocked with fallow deer, that the princes and princess might divert themselves with hunting when they chose. When this country seat was finished and fit for habitation, the intendant of the gardens went and cast himself at the emperor's feet, and after representing how long he had served, and the infirmities of age which he found growing upon him, begged he would permit him to resign his charge into his majesty's disposal and retire. The emperor gave him leave, with the more pleasure because he was satisfied with his long services, both in his father's reign and his own, and when he granted it, asked what he should do to recompense him. "Sir," replied the intendant of the gardens, "I have received so many obligations from your majesty and the late emperor your father of happy memory, that I desire no more than the honor of dying in your favor." He took his leave of the emperor and retired with the 2 princes and the princess to the country retreat he had built. His wife had been dead some years, and he himself had not lived above 6 months with them before he was surprised by so sudden a death, that he had not time to give them the least account of the manner in which he had discovered them. The Princes Bahman and Perviz, and the Princess Scheherazade, who knew no other father than the intendant of the emperor's gardens, regretted and bewailed him as such, and paid all the honors in his funeral obsequies which love and filial gratitude required of them. Satisfied with the plentiful fortune he had left them, they lived together in perfect union, free from the ambition of distinguishing themselves at court, or aspiring to places of honor and dignity which they might easily have obtained. End of Section 9. Recording by Beth Blakely. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 10. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 2. One day when the 2 princes were hunting and the princess had remained at home, a religious old woman came to the gate and desired leave to go in and say her prayers, it being then the hour. The servants asked the princess's permission, who ordered them to show her into the oratory, which the intendant of the emperor's gardens had taken care to fit up in his house for want of a mosque in the neighborhood. She bade them also, after the good woman had finished her prayers, show her the house and gardens, and then bring her to her. The old woman went into the oratory, said her prayers, and when she came out, 2 of the princess's women invited her to see the house and gardens, which civility she accepted, followed them from one apartment to another, and observed, like a person who understood what belonged to furniture, the nice arrangement of everything. They conducted her also into the garden, the disposition of which she found so well planned that she admired it, observing that the person who had formed it must have been an excellent master of his art. Afterwards she was brought before the princess, who waited for her in the great hall, which in beauty and richness exceeded all that she had admired in the other apartments. As soon as the princess saw the devout woman, she said to her, "My good mother, come near and sit down by me. I am overjoyed at the happiness of having the opportunity of profiting from some moments by the good example and conversation of such a person as you, who have taken the right way by dedicating yourself to the service of God. I wish everyone were as wise." The devout woman, instead of sitting on a sofa, would only sit upon the edge of one. The princess would not permit her to do so, but rising from her seat, and taking her by the hand, obliged her to come and sit by her. The good woman, sensible of the civility, said, "Madam, I ought not to have so much respect shown me, but since you command, and are mistress of your own house, I will obey you." When she had seated herself, before they entered into any conversation, one of the princess's women brought a little low stand of mother-of-pearl and ebony, with a china dish full of cakes upon it, and many others set around it, full of fruits in season, and wet and dry sweetmeats. The princess took up one of the cakes, and presenting her with it, said, "Eat, good mother, and make choice of what you like best. You had need to eat after coming so far." "Madam," replied the good woman, "I am not used to eat such delicacies, but will not refuse what God has sent me by so liberal a hand as yours." While the devout woman was eating, the princess ate a little too, to bear her company, and asked her many questions upon the exercise of devotion which she practiced, and how she lived. All which she answered with great modesty. Talking of several things, at last she asked her what she thought of the house, and how she liked it. "Madam," answered the devout woman, "I must certainly have very bad taste to disapprove anything in it, since it is beautiful, regular, and magnificently furnished with exactness and judgment, and all its ornaments adjusted in the best manner. Its situation is an agreeable spot, and no garden can be more delightful, but yet if you will give me leave to speak my mind freely, I will take the liberty to tell you that this house would be incomparable if it had 3 things which are wanting to complete it." "My good mother," replied the Princess Scheherazade, "what are those? I conjure you, in God's name, to tell me what they are. I will spare nothing to get them if it be possible." "Madam," replied the devout woman, "the first of these 3 things is the speaking bird, so singular a creature that it draws round it all the singing birds of the neighborhood, which come to accompany his song. The second is the singing tree, the leaves of which are so many mouths, which form a harmonious concert of different voices and never cease. The third is the yellow water of a gold color, a single drop of which being poured into a vessel properly prepared, it increases so as to fill it immediately, and rises up in the middle like a fountain, which continually plays, and yet the basin never overflows. "Ah, my good mother," cried the princess, "how much am I obliged to you for the knowledge of these curiosities! They are surprising, and I never before heard there were such wonderful rarities in the world. But as I am persuaded that you know, I expect that you should do me the favor to inform me where they are to be found." "Madam," replied the good woman, "I should be unworthy the hospitality you have with so much goodness shown me, if I should refuse to satisfy your curiosity in that point, and am glad to have the honor to tell you that these curiosities are all to be met with in the same spot on the confines of this kingdom towards India. The road to it lies before your house, and whoever you send needs but follow it for 20 days, and on the 20th let him only ask the first person he meets where the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water are, and he will be informed." After saying this, she rose from her seat, took her leave, and went her way. The Princess Scheherazade's thoughts were so taken up with what the devout woman had told her of the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water, that she never perceived her departure till she wanted to ask her some question for her better information, for she thought that what she had told her was not a sufficient reason for exposing herself by undertaking a long journey, possibly to no purpose. However, she would not send after her, but endeavored to remember all she had told her, and when she thought she had recollected every word, took real pleasure in thinking of the satisfaction she should have if she could get these wonderful curiosities into her possession. But the difficulties she apprehended, and the fear of not succeeding, made her very uneasy. She was absorbed in these thoughts when her brothers returned from hunting, who, when they entered the great hall, instead of finding her lively and gay as she used to be, were amazed to see her so pensive, and hanging down her head as if something troubled her. "Sister," said Prince Bahman, "what has become of all your mirth and gaiety? Are you not well? Or has some misfortune befallen you? Has anybody given you reason to be so melancholy? Tell us, that we may know how to act, and give you some relief. If anyone has affronted you, we will resent his insolence." The princess remained in the same posture some time without answering, but at last lifted up her eyes to look at her brothers, and then held them down again, telling them nothing disturbed her. "Sister," said Prince Bahman, "you conceal the truth from us. There must be something of consequence. It is impossible we could observe so sudden a change if nothing was the matter with you. You would not have us satisfied with the evasive answer you have given. Do not conceal anything, unless you would have us suspect that you renounce the strict union which has hitherto subsisted between us from our infancy." The princess, who had not the smallest intention to offend her brothers, would not suffer them to entertain such a thought, but said, "When I told you nothing disturbed me, I meant nothing that was of importance to you, but to me it is of some consequence. And since you press me to tell you by our strict union and friendship, which are so dear to me, I will. You think, and I always believed so too, that this house was so complete that nothing was wanting. But this day I have learned that it wants 3 rarities, which would render it so perfect that no country seat in the world could be compared with it. These 3 things are the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the yellow water." After she had informed them wherein consisted the excellency of these rarities, "A devout woman," added she, "has made this discovery to me, told me the place where they are to be found, and the way thither. Perhaps you may imagine these things to be trifles, and of little consequence to render our house complete, that without these additions it will always be thought sufficiently elegant with what it already contains, and that we can do without them. You may think as you please, but I cannot help telling you that I am persuaded they are absolutely necessary, and I shall not be easy without them. Therefore, whether you value them or not, I desire you to consider what person you may think proper for me to send in search of the curiosities I have mentioned." "Sister," replied Prince Bahman, "nothing can concern you in which we have not an equal interest. It is enough that you have an earnest desire for the things you mention to oblige us to take the same interest. But if you had not, we feel ourselves inclined of our own accord and for our own individual satisfaction. I am persuaded my brother is of the same opinion, and therefore we ought to undertake this conquest. For the importance and singularity of the undertaking deserve that name. I will take that charge upon myself. Only tell me the place and the way to it, and I will defer my journey no longer than till tomorrow." "Brother," said Prince Perviz, "it is not proper that you, who are the head and director of our family, should be absent. I desire my sister would join with me to oblige you to abandon your design, and allow me to undertake it. I hope to acquit myself as well as you, and it will be a more regular proceeding." "I am persuaded of your goodwill, brother," replied Prince Bahman, "and that you would succeed as well as myself in this journey. But I have resolved, and will undertake it. You shall stay at home with our sister, and I need not recommend her to you." He spent the remainder of the day in making preparations for his journey, and informing himself from the princess of the directions which the devout woman had left her. The next morning Bahman mounted his horse, and Perviz and the princess embraced and wished him a good journey. But in the midst of their adieus, the princess recollected what she had not thought of before. "Brother," said she, "I had quite forgotten the accidents which attend travellers. Who knows whether I shall ever see you again? Alight, I beseech you, and give up this journey. I would rather be deprived of the sight and possession of the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water, than run the risk of never seeing you more." "Sister," replied Bahman, smiling at the sudden fears of the princess, "my resolution is fixed. But were it not, I should determine upon it now, and you must allow me to execute it. The accidents you speak of befall only those who are unfortunate, but there are more who are not so. However, as events are uncertain, and I may fail in this undertaking, all I can do is to leave you this knife." Bahman, pulling a knife from his vestband and presenting it in the sheath to the princess, said, "Take this knife, sister, and give yourself the trouble sometimes to pull it out of the sheath. While you see it clean as it is now, it will be a sign that I am alive. But if you find it stained with blood, then you may believe me dead, and indulge me with your prayers." The princess could obtain nothing more of Bahman. He bade adieu to her and Prince Perviz for the last time and rode away. When he got into the road, he never turned to the right hand nor the left, but went directly forward towards India. The 20th day he perceived on the roadside a hideous old man, who sat under a tree some small distance from a thatched house, which was his retreat from the weather. His eyebrows were as white as snow, as was also the hair of his head. His whiskers covered his mouth, and his beard and hair reached down to his feet. The nails of his hands and feet were grown to an extensive length. A flat-brought umbrella covered his head. He had no clothes, but only a mat thrown round his body. This old man was a dervish, for many years retired from the world to give himself up entirely to the service of God, so that at last he became what we have described. Prince Bahman, who had been all that morning very attentive to see if he could meet with anybody who could give him information of the place he was in search of, stopped when he came near the dervish, alighted, in conformity to the directions which the devout woman had given the Princess Scheherazade, and leading his horse by the bridle, advanced towards him, and saluting him said, "God prolong your days, good father, and grant you the accomplishment of your desires." The dervish returned the prince's salutation, but so unintelligibly that he could not understand one word he said. Prince Bahman, perceiving that this difficulty proceeded from the dervish's whiskers hanging over his mouth, and unwilling to go any farther without the instructions he wanted, pulled out a pair of scissors he had about him, and having tied his horse to a branch of the tree, said, "Good dervish, I want to have some talk with you, but your whiskers prevent my understanding what you say, and if you will consent, I will cut off some part of them and of your eyebrows, which disfigure you so much that you look more like a bear than a man." The dervish did not oppose the offer, and when the prince had cut off as much hair as he thought fit, he perceived that the dervish had a good complexion, and that he did not seem so old as he really was. "Good dervish," said he, "if I had a glass, I would show you how young you look. You are now a man, but before nobody could tell what you were." The kind behavior of Prince Bahman made the dervish smile and return his compliment. "Sir," said he, "whoever you are, I am obliged by the good office you have performed, and am ready to show my gratitude by doing anything in my power for you. You must have alighted here upon some account or other. Tell me what it is, and I will endeavor to serve you." "Good dervish," replied Prince Bahman, "I am in search of the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the yellow water. I know these three rarities are not far from hence, but cannot tell exactly the place where they are to be found. If you know, I conjure you to show me the way, that I may not lose my labor after so long a journey." The prince, while he spoke, observed that the dervish changed countenance, held down his eyes, looked very serious, and instead of making any reply remained silent, which obliged him to say to him again, "Good father, I fancy you heard me. Tell me whether you know what I ask you, that I may not lose my time but inform myself somewhere else." At last the dervish broke silence. "Sir," said he to Prince Bahman, "I know the way you ask of me, but the regard which I conceived for you the first moment I saw you, and which has grown stronger by the service you have done me, kept me in suspense whether I should give you the satisfaction you desire." "What motive can hinder you?" replied the prince, "and what difficulties do you find in so doing?" "I will tell you," replied the dervish. "The danger you are going to expose yourself to is greater than any you suppose. A number of gentlemen of as much bravery and courage as you can possibly possess have passed this way, and asked me the same question. When I had used all my endeavors to persuade them to desist, they would not believe me. At last I yielded to their importunities. I was compelled to show them the way, and I can assure you they have all perished, for I have not seen one come back. Therefore, If you have any regard for your life, take my advice, go no farther, but return home." Prince Bahman persisted in his resolution. "I will not suppose," said he to the dervish, "but that your advice is sincere. I am obliged to you for the friendship you express for me, but whatever may be the danger, nothing shall make me change my intention. Whoever attacks me, I am well armed, and can say I am as brave as anyone." "But they who will attack you are not to be seen," replied the dervish. "How will you defend yourself against invisible persons?" "It is no matter," answered the prince. "All you say shall not persuade me to do anything contrary to my duty. Since you know the way, I conjure you once more to inform me." When the dervish found he could not prevail upon Prince Bahman, and that he was obstinately bent to pursue his journey notwithstanding his friendly remonstrance, he put his hand into a bag that lay by him and pulled out a bowl, which he presented to him. "Since I cannot prevail on you to attend to my advice," said he, "take this bowl. When you are on horseback, throw it before you, and follow it to the foot of a mountain, where it will stop. As soon as the bowl stops, alight, leave your horse with the bridle over his neck, and he will stand in the same place till you return. As you ascend, you will see on your right and left a great number of large black stones, and will hear on all sides a confusion of voices, which will utter 1,000 injurious abuses to discourage you and prevent you reaching the summit of the mountain. Be not afraid, but above all things do not turn your head to look behind you, for in that instant you will be changed into such a black stone as those you see, which are all youths who have failed in this enterprise. If you escape the danger of which I give you but a faint idea, and get to the top of the mountain, you will see a cage, and in that cage is the bird you seek. Ask him which are the singing tree and the yellow water, and he will tell you. I have nothing more to say. This is what you have to do, and the danger you have to avoid. But if you are prudent, you will take my advice and not expose your life. Consider once more, while you have time, that the difficulty is almost insuperable." "I am obliged to you for your repeated advice," replied Prince Bahman after he received the bowl, "but cannot follow it. However, I will endeavor to conform myself to that part of it which bids me not look behind me as I shall ascend the mountain, and I hope to come and see you again soon, and thank you when I have obtained what I am seeking." After these words, to which the dervish made no answer other than that he should be overjoyed to see him again, the prince mounted his horse, took his leave of the dervish with a respectful salute, and threw the bowl before him. The bowl rolled away unceasingly, with as much swiftness as when Prince Bahman first hurled it from his hand, which obliged him to put his horse to the same pace to avoid losing sight of it, and when it had reached the foot of the mountain it stopped. The prince alighted from his horse, laid the bridle on his neck, and having first surveyed the mountain and seen the black stones, began to ascend, but had not gone 4 steps before he heard the voices mentioned by the dervish, though he could see nobody. Some said, "Where is that fool going? Where is he going? What would he have? Do not let him pass." Others, "Stop him, catch him, kill him." And others, with a voice like thunder, "Thief, assassin, murderer." While some in a gibing tone cried, "No, no, do not hurt him. Let the pretty fellow pass. The cage and the bird are kept for him." Notwithstanding all these troublesome voices, Prince Bahman ascended with courage and resolution for some time, but the voices redoubled with so loud a din near him, both behind and before, that at last he was seized with dread, his legs trembled under him, he staggered, and finding that his strength failed him, he forgot the dervish's advice, turned about to run down the hill, and was that instant changed into a black stone, a metamorphosis which had happened to many before him who had attempted the ascent. His horse likewise underwent the same change. From the time of Prince Bahman's departure, the Princess Scheherazade always wore the knife and sheath in her girdle, and pulled it out several times a day to know whether her brother was alive. She had the consolation to understand he was in perfect health, and to talk of him frequently with Prince Perviz, who sometimes prevented her by asking her what news. On the fatal day that Prince Bahman was transformed into a stone, as Prince Perviz and the princess were talking together in the evening, as usual, the prince desired his sister to pull out the knife to know how their brother did. The princess readily complied, and seeing the blood run down the point, was seized with so much horror that she threw it down. "Oh, my dear brother," she cried, "I have been the cause of your death, and shall never see you more. Why did I tell you of this speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water? Or rather, of what importance was it to me to know whether the devout woman thought this house ugly or handsome, or complete or not? I wish to heaven she had never addressed herself to me. Deceitful hypocrite," added she, "is this the return you have made for the kind reception I gave you? Why did you tell me of a bird, a tree, and a water, which, imaginary as I am persuaded they are, by my dear brother's death, yet disturb me by your enchantment? Prince Perviz was as much afflicted at the death of Prince Bahman as the princess, but not to waste time in needless regret, as he knew that she still passionately desired possession of the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, he interrupted her, saying, "Sister, our regret for our brother is vain and useless. Our grief and lamentations cannot restore him to life. It is the will of God, we must submit to it, and adore the decrees of the Almighty without searching into them. Why should you now doubt of the truth of what the holy woman told you? Do you think she spoke to you of 3 things that were not in being, and that she invented them on purpose to deceive you, who had given her no cause to do so, but received her with so much goodness and civility? Let us rather believe that our brother's death is owing to some error on his part, or some accident which we cannot conceive. It ought not, therefore, prevent us from pursuing our object. I offered to go this journey, and am now more resolved than ever. His example has no effect upon my resolution. Tomorrow I will depart." The princess did all she could to dissuade Prince Perviz, conjuring him not to expose her to the danger of losing 2 brothers, but he was obstinate, and all the remonstrances she could urge had no effect upon him. Before he went, that she might know what success he had, he left her a string of 100 pearls, telling her that if they would not run when she should count them upon the string, but remain fixed, that would be a certain sign he had undergone the same fate as his brother, but at the same time told her he hoped it would never happen, but that he should have the happiness to see her again to their mutual satisfaction. End of section 10. Recording by Beth Blakely.